eyes, it's like a dead.
I was gonna let a second song play, but that song was dog shit as soon as I heard it, so. Oh, shoulder's still sore, but I mean, I don't give it time off, do I? There we go. Clear my throat properly. How is everybody? Oh, it's a bit sweaty in here. I'm probably gonna have to go kick the air conditioning on here after a bit. It's still, fuck if I know what it is outside. It's still hot as fuck out. That's what I do know. Yeah, dude, I live in Vegas. Trust me. It's, you know, Southwest summer. Hey, James. God, wish I could, merge after loss of leftist unity. Don't worry, it wasn't a loss. It never existed. It was a myth to start with. Yeah, no. I used to live in Arizona, so... I actually quite enjoy it. Amrez, thank you for the resub. Looking 6 months already. Jesus Christ. And Karina's going to pop here in a second with a tier 2 resub. Thank you, Karina. I could just get this shoulder to heal. Hey, Caboose. How's everybody doing tonight? My sleep schedule is completely fucked. It's just completely borked at this point. Yeah, whatever this is, I don't want to listen to it. So, yeah, I took a ibuprofen before I went to the gym today, just to fair enough. Just to dull the shoulder. While I work out. One of these days, I'm just going to have to take a week off, I think. Which I'm not going to like to do. It's not the type of person I am. But occasionally you have to just rest it to let it heal. But, yeah, let's see. Maybe an impingement? Don't know. Yeah, you can't be, but, Boom was, but Empress was the first one to actually, Empress gifted a tier 3 sub, to Boom, and, but you would be the first person to purchase it for themselves. Yeah, no, it wasn't Karina who gifted the tier 3, it was Empress. Yeah. So, you would be the first one to get it for themselves, though. Which is a distinction unto itself, I suppose. We're gonna watch, Zach. Yeah. That's a bitch. That's a bitch. Oh, contacts and dry eyes. I have to put that in at one point or another. We're gonna watch Swede's newest video at some point during the stream. I'm sure that won't get anybody in trouble. Let's talk about reparations, I think was the video title. Yeah. And let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah, Swede makes videos. the self-promotion area on the Discord server will let you know when Rabbit or Swede upload a video to their YouTube account. Man, I'm just sort of out of it. I just, you know, I'm finishing off a B12 supplement. So if you're wondering what the fuck is in my mouth. Yeah, I'm just sort of out of it a little bit. I've got my spa day scheduled for next Saturday though. I managed to get that scheduled today finally. So not this Saturday, but next Saturday, I'm going to go in for facial, seaweed wrap, massage, and a mani-pedi. Just 4 hours in the spa. Just going to make an afternoon of it. Karina, under the system, most of us can be left behind and dead. That's just something you're going to have to come to terms with, quite frankly. But, yeah, no. It will probably, actually, it'll probably be Aaron doing the massage. So, it would be a dude doing the massage, but no. Ugh. If y'all haven't been able to tell yet, my type of electronica does not have pop singing over it. Ugh, hate that. Oh, but yeah. And tomorrow I'm gonna have to be up during the day, just to keep an eye out for a phone call that I'm expecting for a last-minute appointment, possibly. Because they're supposed to be holding a slot for cancellations tomorrow at the Spoiled Laser, the place I go for my laser hair removal, since I'm going to do the legs and the arms too while I'm at it. But those are two different scheduled appointments, and they're going to try and fit me in. I don't know why they're not just changing my appointment time for the other one, but they wanted to fit me in differently, and fucking... Oh, we'll put you on the to call for cancellations list, and you know, if you could take the call on Wednesday, and like, you know, I'm like, oh god, it's gonna be a whole fucking thing. Yeah, I agree, Caboose. I agree wholeheartedly. So yeah, tomorrow is gonna be an interesting day to boot. I might even just fucking end up canceling the stream. I don't know what it'll look like. Trying to, because all of my shit aches right now. All of my shit aches. More often than not, chiropractors don't actually know what they're doing. And in rare instances, they can cause significant damage to the area and or make it worse. There are some chiropractors who are useful for some things. But in general, a lot of it is quackery. I would suggest that if you're thinking about seeing a chiropractor, you're going to end up seeing a chiropractor multiple times. So you're going to have a budget for it in the short and mid-term. I would suggest that you go to a physical therapist and tell them, like, I can't afford to come here regularly, but I would like to get a program done. I'd like to come here for an eval and have you write something up so I can do it at home. Will you do that? And I would go see a physical therapist long before I would see a chiropractor. If you were in Vegas, I have a guy I would send you to that's a doctor of physical therapy who would do just that. So yeah, I would recommend that long before a chiropractor. Yeah. Yeah, way too much. All right. All right, let me see, Karina.
Yeah.
No. Maybe, but no. Ugh. That was loud too. It was louder than I expected it to be. Hey Cassiopeia, chicks how do yeah, oh yeah, for sure, Viva. Yeah, dry needling, for physical therapy as well. I didn't like the intro. I would give a song basically 10 seconds maybe sometimes. I can give you a list of shit I like, Karina, if you were looking for that. Zealot, Che Guevara teachers are cringe anyway. I saw what you put, but I'd have a comment for your shirt too. I wouldn't have snickered. Well, maybe. I might have laughed. Actually, I might have laughed. Yeah, I might have. If I see somebody in a Che Guevara shirt, either I just sort of silently judge, I look away and grin, or I might chuckle. Yeah. What about a Che Guevara mug? Same reaction. It's pseudoscience alternative medicine, so it's harder to regulate. Hides mug. Dude, my shoulders are just rough recently. Let's just put it that way. Oh. I don't like being laughed at in public. It makes me mad. Hey, you do you, bro. Oh. What the? Did that song just repeat? What if it was handmade? I would have less to throw at you. I would have a little less to throw at you. The fact of the matter is Che wasn't good people. Che was openly homophobic. Che was patriarchal. Che was definitely hierarchical. Yeah, he wasn't good. He wasn't great people. He wasn't great people. Viva, thank you for the primary sub. Thank you for Daddy Bezos's bucks. Caboose. I honestly, I would love to see a documentary explaining the entire process, through and through, the cultural like evolution and how that came to be. I would love to see somebody do like an actual proper documentary level deep dive into how Che Guevara shirts became such a huge thing. It would be great. James, exactly. Puts on a Rage Against the Machine album. I like Tom Morello. Tom Morello's good people. Because viva la revolution. So let's see. There's some headlines we can talk about if we want. See, I don't think he's handsome. I know a lot of lefties think he's fucking hot as shit. I take one look at him like, not my type. Let's see. Vermont became the first state to become 80% vaccination rate. My home state, for those of you who don't know. Yeah, Karina, I said I would have less to criticize, a little less to criticize you with. That's about it. If it was homemade merch, I'd just be like, oh, well, at least you didn't buy it. But you're still, honoring a douchebag. Sure, he fought for some people. Yeah. Let's see. We've all been 15 at one point. It really came with the Jacinda Ardern shirt. Oh, that is a hell of a thing. That is a hell of a thing. Oh, let me pop that browser window too while I'm at it. Do that. All right. Let's see. The whistleblower who leaked NSA classified documents indicating that Russians were doing the hacking during the Trump administration has been released early from prison. By the way, the person's name is Reality Winner. That's the person's name. Reality, R-E-A-L-I-T-Y, Winner, W-I-N-N-E-R. This is a person's name. Yeah, yes, casual. Their legal name. That is their actual fucking name. Yeah, they were released early from prison. It's okay, Zealot. No, it's okay. Feel free to share that sort of stuff. I mean, Che shirts are cringe, but any good tale of, chastising somebody in public, I think is funny. Yeah, let's see, what else? Okay, Nathaniel, are you on Discord? Because I heard about this shit peripherally. I have people that track these sorts of things for me. I won't go into that too much because we like to keep those activities fairly well veiled. But I was made aware of the developing situation. I would like to know more without getting into the drama of it. I really don't give a shit about the high school level drama. I would like to know the facts. Like, if you've got a bullet pointed, this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened, the end sort of situation that you can do for me, I would love to actually hear it. So I would invite you to join me on voice chat on Discord. Okay, you're busy right now. Then, yeah. Yeah, I caught wind of it. I was brought up to speed. Yeah, just exclamation Discord, or it's down in the profile. Yes, from what I was made aware, somebody went on Twitter and Left Flank Vets got into hot shit because one of those people supposedly said that people with dicks can't be body shamed because of patriarchy, and that people with dicks are men, and then tried to like issue some really bad apology. I don't know. This is basically as much as I was made aware of. And then Left Flank Vets is imploding. It's like, here's the summary. This is what's happening. But either way. Yeah, if you want to run bingo cards, by all means. Exclamation bingo for your card link. I don't know what we'll give out for bingo winners, but let's see. Let's see. On a bingo. All right, so Breen in the center is your freebie. Breen! That's your freebie. See if I'll run one too. Pain complaints. You can mark that one off. Was Wither shy or kind when he came in? Wither noticed me, Semkai, and said ciao to Daniel. All right. Well, Wither hasn't been particularly shy or kind in this one yet, so no checking that one off. Yes, Rabbit deployed. There's also one for Swede being deployed. In addition to that, they because the cards get shuffled. There's actually other ones that won't make it onto your card every time. There's more items than there are card spaces. So we can have a little bit of variation to it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. James, this is why, like, the stream title today, Left Unity trademark, pulled from stores for causing projectile vomiting. It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. I'm sorry. If you know the history of leftist unity, then you understand that this is shallow end of the pool, right? Traditionally, how this ends, for left unity is the commies line everybody up on a wall and machine gun them to death. That's basically how it works. They end up killing the syndicalists. They end up killing they cut deals with the fascists and become red fascists themselves. They artillery shell the anarchist club. They machine gun anarchists in the streets. Right, like this is traditionally how left unity comes to a close, right? To see it take on the internet form of that is so much more relieving to me as an anarchist. I gotta tell you, traditionally what I'm used to is some douchebag with a hammer and sickle dressed in red and black sneaking up behind me to put two in the back of my skull, because that's historically how these relations devolve or degrade over time. But to see it just sort of implode over and over again in a cycle within online spaces, I find quite amusing. It's a lot less toxic and damaging than what it used to be, for sure. Yeah, alright, cool. Let me just... 19 viewers. 19 viewers. It's basically just a few of us here right now, so what do y'all want to do? Like, if you want to jump on, if anybody, if we just want to run a panel of regulars and y'all want to jump on the air with me and just fucking hang out for a night show and we'll watch some videos and shit, by all means. He says... I don't know what it is about me literally uttering the words, oh, it's going to be a low viewer stream that literally causes people to raid in like near immediately, but I've done this multiple times. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it again, even though No Comment Chick just raided in with 23 viewers. And hello, all of No Comment Chick's viewers. I'm going to say anyway that it's still going to be a low viewer count stream. And if the regulars just want to jump on the air with me and hang out and we can watch some videos and stuff like that, by all means, feel free. No comment, Chick. How was your stream? We were just talking about the joke that is leftist unity. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in it because my anarchistic brethren and sisters of old have taken too many bullets to the head by their fellow leftists over the years for me to, I learned my lessons from history. I know how that works out in the end. So we were just sort of dunking on that. How was your stream? What were y'all up to? Did you have a good day? Did you have a good stream? Let's see. Yeah, exactly. With her, how am I feeling today? Oh yeah, I'm. My shoulders are kind of fucked with her. The neuropathy is manageable. It's manageable. Let's see. Wither asking how I'm doing qualifies as kind, so feel free to knock that off your bingo card if you're running one. It's the nature of leftist infighting. You can't stay with your statement for long without it being fought. We can hear you through the ether. Hey, Night Loaded. Stuffy Cafe official. Welcome back. Comet Blazer, you're Silurial, I take it. Okay. And I haven't heard anything from either of them, but are Karina and Caboose successfully on the line with me? Take that as a no.
Hello?
Yep. There you go. Now I can hear you.
All right.
The internet had to just travel through the forest fire smoke first. That's all. Zealot, I did. I saw the Jacinda Ardern Che Guevara shirt. It's a hell of a thing. All right. So let's see. What did NCC? No, NCC didn't reply. All right. So I'm taking NCC just raided and ditched the fuck out, having to do some stuff. I totally respect and understand. Draquin, thank you for the follow, and Marks and Recreation, thank you for the follow. Dude, my contacts are just fucking with me. They've been in too long today, I guess. Let's.
Oh, hey, Comet Blazer, you want to know what can help deal with that canker? Get a Steptic pencil.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Grandpa called. He wants his shaving tips back.
Yeah, I know, right? But it fucking works.
Yes, now I can hear you, Karina.
Hey.
Alright, sorry about that. It was, apparently my new expensive Bluetooth headset doesn't have a built-in microphone, which is okay because I didn't ask for one.
I suppose we could do a glasses stream.
Glasses stream?
Yeah, Zealot's telling me just take the contacts out. You look good with glasses anyway. Time to ruin my organs with American snacks. I'm gonna get snacks, says Weather. Stuffy said we built a market building for monthly meets here in town. Where do you mind me asking what is in town? Where is what town? Feel free to rebuff me and say fuck off. But I got 2 pounds of hog bacon for 2 pounds of strawberries I grew. Yeah, I suppose that's a fair trade.
2 pounds. Yes, that's definitely from the South comment.
Detrius,
Something else besides hog bacon?
Yeah, there'd probably be sow bacon. Wait, no, that would be hog bacon versus... I don't know. Honestly? Yeah, no. Actually, there's different types of bacon. I'm sorry. You can get bacon from different animals since it's the side, the side cut. You could, yeah,
turkey bacon even.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't. Huntington, Arkansas. Oh shit. Like,
I think chicken's thighs are just a little too small to get good bacon out of.
yeah, it's always composite. It's not real bacon, as far as in my opinion. It's not real bacon. Oh, and also, shots fired. British bacon isn't bacon either. Same thing they say about ours. Hey,
What
Skeptic.
about Canadian bacon? Canadian back bacon.
Do y'all even call it Canadian bacon in your neck of the woods?
Yes, because it actually is a different type of bacon.
Yeah, it's not
We still-
bacon.
We still call it Canadian back bacon.
It's ham.
It is ham.
So, like,
It's ham.
you called the stuff that we got American bacon or something?
No, that's just bacon. Y'all didn't even invent it as far as we know.
Huh.
It is the superior bacon.
It is. Nah, yeah, it is, but
See, I'm iffy, but that's only on a personal level. I would say if I actually had to consider how the masses enjoy it, yeah, normal bacon is better. I prefer Canadian back bacon, but that's just because I don't do well with fats.
I have had Canadian bacon, and it's pretty good, but the good stuff, if you get a good cut from like from a deli and not like the prepackaged shit, yeah, it's way fucking better.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's why I got my meat slicer actually back in the day, was to make bacon. Like, I would get entire sides of hogs and just cure, smoke, cut myself for myself. So yeah.
If I had my own meat slicer, I'd just start a small butchery from my house and make bank.
Thoughts on, honestly, I don't know. I know that there's somebody posted about this. I know.
What am I looking at? Thoughts on
private property in
The
Roosevelt.
Amazing Wolf Skeptic. I'm Canadian, but I've never seen bag milk. Wolf, are you also in West Canada? Are you also in like Alberta and BC? Some of Saskatchewan and Manitoba start dipping into the bag milk territory, so it's actually far more of a regional thing. I'm in Alberta. Exactly. See, it is such a fucking regional thing. And the worst thing is, I learned there's someone in BC who goes out of their way to buy bag milk to feel special, and it drove me up the wall. Someone's like, "What do you mean? My friend in BC buys bag milk." And it's like, bitch is doing it to feel special.
West Canada, born and raised.
Isn't... Yeah, that's like, that's, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Viva, I'm sorry, Schwarzwalden Schinken, I'm sorry, I literally intentionally kind of made it worse, just because I know I was gonna butcher it anyway, that's a similar cut to prosciutto. Like, that's closer to prosciutto than it is, like, our bacon, really. Santi Official, thank you for the follow. And prosciutto is amazing. So, yeah. Okay, so, Skeptic... Oh, Solarial, I didn't pull you in, I'm sorry. Skeptic, I don't really have thoughts on, bag milk specific content. You're supposed to put a picture, fucking and pour it out of a pitcher. I mean, I don't know. Sure. All right, sure. Whatever. Have your stupid bagged milk. I'm sorry.
But why though?
Karina said, bagged milk is very unspecial. All you're supposed to do with it is you buy it for like, I think $8, and you put it into like a pitcher, the shit you pour iced tea out of. You snip the corner off and put the lid on, and that's it. That's all you do. That's bagged milk. That's
why though?
So the east side of Canada does it to cut down on recycling costs. The west side of Canada says we don't want to be that weird.
That's bullshit though, because milk cartons are recyclable too.
They are.
Detrius,
I said cut down on the recycling cost.
Detrius,
They're both recyclable.
it was. Glass milk bottles were an American thing exclusively. 18 something something. I'm sure somebody has.
You guys.
I'm sure somebody
your
has a
mail system on it for a while.
history of the milk bottle webpage or something like that. It seems
There
like
is-
something's obscure enough that somebody would post an entire like blog dedicated to it. But yeah, it was 18 something or other that the U.S. started glass milk bottle delivery and that sort of thing. Santi, not fluently. I rather tongue-in-cheek say that I speak enough Spanish to get myself some tacos, find my way to the beach, and not die. That's the amount of Spanish I speak. If I have to put together a sentence in Spanish, it's bad, it's broken, it's poorly constructed, and probably choppy. But I can do it. I can read it a lot better, like most people who aren't fluent in a foreign tongue. Yeah. So.
I think the unique thing is if you want to learn all the modern languages, just take a step back and learn what the modern languages were based on. If you actually learn that to a fluency level, you're gonna know like 6 languages right off the bat.
Yeah, I don't
especially
need to
with
know
Latin.
6 languages.
As for milk, believe it or not, there is actually still a single brand that I can remember that uses original glass milk bottles, and you will not.
Oh, we
believe
still
which one
have
it
we
is.
still have tons of
I
them
can-
here.
Yeah, I can go up to the store right now and buy
Yeah.
some.
Yeah,
I
we
can go
s-
to the corner store and buy some.
We've got a bunch of
Okay,
fucking
I mean maybe
ones.
there's more, but I only remember Starbucks, and yes, they use them. I don't know why.
Yeah, there's
To all the Americans here, there are more glass bottle milks in Canada than any bagged milk. Don't let the Quebecians fool you. They're assholes.
the Quebecois.
Goddamn Quebec.
The Quebec.
I don't want to say
Quebecois.
fuck the Quebecois, but fuck the Quebecois.
Fuck the Quebecois. No, why are we even arguing over
Night Loaded. We still actually do have milkmen in some parts of this country. It's a very niche thing, but it does still exist in some rural and
Sorry.
smaller areas of this country. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the history lesson I wanted to get to. I can't remember dates, but the reason you guys have glass milk was to advertise the milk service. Seeing clear pasteurized milk on someone's front door would make you want it too, and you would also sign up for the milkman service. It was like one of the first ever subscription-based systems.
Yes, by the way, Vivala, Quebec is the one province that speaks French.
Um,
and well, technically it's one of 2, but New Brunswick doesn't really actually speak French.
April 8th, 1879, and yes, somebody has an entire fucking thing dedicated to this. Of course they do. This is that weird niche stuff
It's
that
a
the
major,
internet loves.
it's a major American business cornerstone.
Echo
Makes sense.
Echo Farms Dairy was the first purpose-made milk bottles. They did it in New York City. They delivered the milk from Litchfield, Connecticut.
Best.
And that's just all we really need to get into about that, but it is a thing. I don't really buy things often, fuel but not much else. That sounds like a good little farming community. Viva you, fake Frenchies.
Before the glass bottles, milk was often delivered in small, either metal jars, large, massive metal containers, or the most common were very small, often handmade clay jars. And that's how milk was distributed until the glass jar made it way more appetizing.
Also, if I may, since people decided to talk about Quebec, I'll give a small TLDR on why, like, there is a problem between...
Mention the terrorism.
No, I want to mention the difference between Parisian French and Quebec French. So the reason they're at quarrels with each other is because when Canada was early in forming as a country, this is like back, I think, even before it was a dominion, we just freely let French people in here. Like, we could do whatever the hell we wanted. So when new immigration laws came about as a form of the dominionship, what ended up happening is we basically blockaded all of the French people from France and Switzerland coming in, and their French began to age informally. So what ended up happening was now, present day, there's actually a phrase used to describe Quebec French by Parisian French, and it's literally rouge le coutronce. It means redneck French. Because it's so different informally. Formally, it's the exact same.
Stuffy.
Informally, it's...
Go visit the Newfies. It's the most fun you can have in Canada. Go visit the Newfies.
True.
Oh, fuck there, but you never know what you understood of whatever a Newfoundlander ever was trying to say to you. You can understand that we're so
Tony.
fucking chomping on our tongue.
It's like visiting Scotland
Canadian.
in Canada. You're
It is.
you're not sure. You're not really sure what the fuck they're saying, but they're having a goddamn good time, and they seem to be fairly well drunk. So
Yeah.
It is genuinely
Yeah.
an Irish colony, mostly, and that accent never left. It only got added to with the Canadian accent, so it's just even thicker.
oh,
Bonin will meme this shit in half a minute.
Somebody asked me something. Oh, Skeptic. Yeah, no, actually, I did know that. There's an anarchist activist, Boz, that I follow in I read his essays. He's an essayist as well as an activist on the ground in the Philippines. So yeah, I'm actually and my mom, was a nurse, right? If you have ever interacted with nursing in North America, chances are you've gotten to know a few Filipino women. The number one export of the Philippines is Filipinos. It's absolutely
That's gonna be
absurd.
clipped out of context.
It's absolutely absurd, but it's like it's near true. There are so many Philippine nurses in America working, and have been for a few decades at least. So in Tennessee, I was going to backyard barbecues thrown by, contingents of nursing staff from the Philippines. And so, yeah, I mean, they're prevalent. So yeah, I happen to actually have a few connections with the Philippines over the years.
Right, do you know how bad that sounds, by the way? Just
I
out
don't-
of context.
I don't
and
give
you
a
say
shit.
Yes.
I don't give a shit. I've
Alright.
stopped giving a shit about stuff like that since the left. Since I've finally sort of taken on board that the left eats itself no matter what. I might as well not kowtow and tiptoe around shit that people on the left are gonna be like, oh my god. Yeah, you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care. Y'all are a bunch of cannibal nut jobs who continually eat each other.
by the hair and called a conservative.
Continually eat each other over bullshit. Meanwhile, fucking like the alt-right and the Republicans and fascists and right-wingers on a global scale are on the rise, and it's like, good job, guys. This is definitely what we should be doing, is infighting over somebody's misapplied terminology or something. I'm sure that won't have any long-term ramifications. Or, oh, what's Poland doing? They're charging people for being gay now. All right, cool. What's Chechnya up to these days? Still pushing gay dudes off of roofs? Cool, good job. I'm sure that'll go well in the long term too. So
It's starting to sound like a woke version of in drag, and I love it. But I agree.
like I'm over it.
Bennett Foddy.
Yeah. So that's amazing. Unintelligible alcohol party sounds freaking glorious. Let's see. Truth and the more rural type living. I wanted to pop in and tell you something before I fell asleep. I took another political test and ended up in the same quadrant as Cat. Look at you. Either your left unity MK ultra brainwashing streamaganda has been successful, or that recent mild concussion messed with my head worse than I thought. Either way, it might drive me off the deep end. Angie, welcome to the team. We'll be issuing your jersey and your obligatory blank placard. It's just basically a whiteboard. You just scribble on whatever is pissing you off at the moment, and you can go protest it. As well as your official fork and knife to eat your fellow leftists with.
The
So
menu also has the
Now
goodness
this
for
is
you to
cannibalism.
pick between nice and bad friends. Oh, Angie, and you know what, Angie? Sorry, I should be a bit quieter. Angie has been there for quite a few cannibalism talks, actually, in after-stream conversations.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm sick of the infighting. And for those of you who came over from No Comment Chick and you're like, what the fuck is this dude going on about? By the way, here's another part of the agenda that you're probably not up to date on, but it just came down from Fire Island. I was there for one of the gay agenda meetings. This has come down officially. There is no more LGBTQIA plus IIA plus, right? That shit's gone. Too many divisions, too much infighting. We're all queer now. We're taking the letter Q just like we took the fucking rainbow. All right. From now on, if somebody sees the letter Q in the English alphabet, they're going to go, oh, gay. We're going to associate ourselves with the letter Q. We're all going to be queer together. Enough of this fucking subdividing ourselves and creating all these microcosms that are constantly infighting and embattled with each other. It just provides outlets and inroads for people who are otherwise who would otherwise do our causes harm. We need to present a unified front. And our unified front will be under the flag of queer. We will carry the Q. We will steal it back from those QAnon idiots. From now on, anytime they say something like QAnon or Q says, the first thing that pops into people's heads should be something gay.
Yeah, I was about to
Gay
say,
Anonymous?
you have to step around the whole QAnon movement if you want to redeem.
No, I'm not stepping around them. I'm literally just walking right through them.
Okay, that works too.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna fucking elbow check them into the boards and call it a day. It's like Q's our Weddle. If you looked up what Proud Boy means these days, go to the Proud Boys subreddit and tell me what you find.
I'm surprised Reddit allows that.
Well, go to the Proud Boys subreddit and tell me what you find.
Do I wanna? Alright, I already know what I'm getting into, but whatever.
That is very gay.
You're welcome. There's nothing gay men can't steal from you. All right? Once we decide, we will take naturalistic phenomenon like the fucking rainbow from you. All right? If gay men want it, it's ours. I'm coming for the letter Q. We took Proud Boys too. All right? We took the rainbow. We took Proud Boys. Q has become toxically associated with QAnon and shit. So, Queer Anarchists Online is literally QAnon, QAnon. We can literally just take it. Fucking rock on, Zippy. Yeah. I'm sick of all this infighting. I'm sick of all these fake divisionary lines that we constantly put up for ourselves. Like, look, if the anarchist is willing to work with people, you know you done, more so than the other groups, you know you done fucked up. Right? Like, when your bridge builder is an anarchist, chances are you done fucked up. So, here I am, as an anarchist, telling my fellow leftists, y'all done fucked up. It's time to drop all this bullshit.
You know what I just realized, Kai? Like, if you really think about it, what you could do, just by literally calling Queer Anarchists Online, QAnon in that way, is in like 30, 40, 50-something years, you could actually cause, like, a confusion split in the legislative bodies, and then if you go forward a few generations, you could actually ramp up, like, the queer acceptance by, like, several 100% or something. It'd take a while, but you could fucking do it.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, yeah, this is just gay colonizer shit. Like, it's ours now. Yeah, straight up. And Stuffy, link in chat for you, from my modified 8 values. Enjoy.
Fucking picture of Ted Cruz I found on the Proud Boys subreddit.
No,
Canada wants nothing
for
to do
those
with
of
Ted
you,
Cruz, by the way.
For those of you that did take the moment to go visit the Proud Boys subreddit, what you would have found is tons of photography of just fabulous gentlemen in all styles of repose.
I actually can't find it. Like, I can't Google for it. Reddit won't let me Google won't let me, like, just Google the Reddit anymore. I had to go to the website to go to it.
That's Google blanketing it. Epic. Yeah, I mean, to tell you the truth, when it comes to, like, Ted Cruz, just a mandatory thing is, like, Canada does not even want to associate itself with him because technically he was in Calgary for like a handful of years of his early life, but we want nothing to do with that man. That like, and if it's a sign of anything, one of the first cities in Canada that went absolutely crackpot was Calgary. Which, yeah, it's kind of a telltale sign.
Let's see. Whether describe anarchism without mentioning any political terminology. Without mentioning any political terminology. What gets classified as political terminology in this fucking in this question? In this regard.
Everything.
So. Do your own thing, but cooperate.
Okay, well, I'm joining this Reddit.
Told you. We fucking took it from them. That was the Proud Boys subreddit. I'm not kidding you. That was the Proud Boys subreddit. We fucking took it.
So it's a clusterfuck, but in a good way, because my initial thoughts when I visited the thing is like, what the hell is this smorgasbord clusterfuck of a subreddit? What is it?
Yeah, we just took it from them. Just like we took the fucking rainbow from the Christians. It's a sign of God's covenant with man. Yeah, well, now it's a
shut up, Terry.
Now it's a sign of a sucking dick. What you gonna do about it?
Shut up, Terry. Go build Temple OS more.
Oh my god.
So
that's actually they're taking advantage of woke capitalism. I love it.
Pissed.
See, you know what? That's my favorite shit. Is that like some woke capitalism I'm just fucking I love. Some of it's actually really well done. Others are absolute shit, but some of it's decent.
still to this day, I enjoy fucking Angie chickened out and wouldn't post it to shared content. The Chipotle ad from 3 or 4 years ago for Pride Month was a fucking rainbow colored burrito wrapped in their foil that said "Homo Estas." I laughed my ass off when she shared that shit with us. I laughed my ass off. Are you shitting me? Dude, it's been I'm an old queer at this point, as far as, especially if you're over 30 and you're gay. Holy shit, you might as well be, 90. I'm an old queer. That was the go-to insult for like the late 80s and all of the 90s was, what are you, fucking homo? It was like a blast from the past. It was so quaint and so adorable. I absolutely loved it. I laughed and laughed and laughed when I saw that. I was like, fucking Homo Estas. All right.
It's changed a lot, actually. When I was going to school, like as a kid, it was, and actually this is a show, because it's like, when I was at school, it was 2012 or something, you could still, and I'll risk this saying this too, by the way, you could still call someone a fag, and no one would care, because that was just regular rhetoric. Yeah, I may not have been a good rhetoric, but it was regular.
And I was called it all the way up until 2014.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, fucking 8 years goes by from that point, and it's like, oh.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that, RBG. You're gonna have to elaborate on that a little further. Yeah, Poofter is a British, Australian, probably New Zealand as well. It's more of a Commonwealth slang for homosexual than that never really poof or Poofter never caught on in the States, really.
I mean, I think this classic way of saying it in the States that was like semi-polite was you just called someone like a fruit, basically. You called them fruity.
In Canada, the go-to is they're flamboyant.
All right.
Which, to be fair, I am.
I remember terms like fruitcake and Fruit Loop.
Fruit Loop, that's true, yeah. I've never heard Kai laugh like that, that's why I broke down. Because it sounded like he believed you, but he was also fucking amused as shit.
Yeah, no, it's flamboyant and flaming here.
Okay, so all right, RBG, let me try and fucking string some of this shit together. Do you get the impression the government wants to start cleaning out but can't? Like, they definitely look like they want to hang people, but they have nowhere to go. Kamala Harris was mentioned in the Trump trial for calling for Republicans to die. Okay, so none of this all seems like non sequitur sort of territory. I
think RBG is asking if you think the government actually wants to just properly clean out like it would in the old days, you being a traitor, you're too dangerous to be left alive as a political anything, and you must be hanged.
Yeah, I mean, if they could get away with it, they would. Are you shitting me? The Obama administration extrajudicially assassinated a U.S. citizen and his son.
And kept Guantanamo going.
Like-
That's the thing.
So yeah, I mean, if they could get away with it, yeah. Oh, you shitting me? I'm not saying everybody in the government would, but there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that would just be like, I wish we could just hang these fucking traitors like the good old days, you know, shit like that for sure. Like we just put them on the wall and fucking execute them, you know. Yeah.
Picture drunk Josh Hawley saying that, please.
We talk.
Oh yeah, Angie, go for it. Go for it. If you cross, Angie, if you cross into, like, if you stray into territory that I need to give you a warning, I'll give you a warning. Like, no worries. If you start posting shit, I'm like, whoa, Angie, cool your jets. I'll throw you a DM. But otherwise, yeah, have at it, Angie. Go for it.
And
He's saying just
Skeptic,
don't post hentai in public. That's the only thing you don't need to do, Angie.
Wow,
Dude,
1984 up here.
I know, right? The community's marked as 18 plus in SFW. Like,
Yeah,
fuck off.
Dude,
True.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
No, Skeptic, I need to reply to this. The full quote is, let's be frank, we torture some folks. Like he
I mean-
had to build up to it.
You know, it's fair. It's fair. Let's be honest here. We tortured some folks. You know, yeah.
Yeah, me pardons a turkey, meanwhile, for the mainstream press to just gawk over.
Oh well, we've been pardoning turkeys for a few. Until government drop a bomb on top of the. Yeah, it's not like that's something the U.S. does, right? Yeah, it's not like we've dropped a bomb on the top of something before, right?
The Will Skeptic, because specifically said if they legalize sex work, it would return to what history was. Women often were the business owners of sex workers and were actually usually the tycoons of the founding nations in America. And they saw fit to take down that power structure and take away women's ability to choose for themselves and profit.
That was way overcomplicated here. Skeptic, why do Marxist-Leninist states hate sex workers? Because they're all fucking patriarchy shit. It's all that bullshit. It's all toxic masculinity bullshit, just wrapped up in an ideology. Women belong in the kitchen, men belong in the field. They believe in all that bullshit. They're absolutely, like, just classic patriarchs.
I missed the ML part.
Yeah.
I thought I read this. I read Why Do the States?
Yeah, no,
Not
it's
ML.
it's about the MLs and their bullshit toxic masculinity crap that constantly you hear it all the time. Well, under communism, we don't have things like transsexuality, homosexuality, and sex workers because that's a part of Western degeneracy and it only happens under capitalism. Sure.
The easiest example of, like, I had to think about this for a second. People always talk about, like, I guess sex work is just like, there's always that conservative ass stigma surrounding it. And if you need an actual running example that lasted right up until I think 2 years ago that worked really well, go to Amsterdam and go to, like, the Rode Light district, which is like red light. You can go in there and they operated that so well that people were actually arguably getting more sex education for doing that than going into American schools, which is a concern. It's like, oh yeah, you go into the actual business and you learn more than anything school's gonna teach you. It's like, what in the fuck, dude? They accepted trans people too, might I add. Like, that's nothing special now, but they had been doing that for like upwards of a decade. If you go in the red light district, some of the doors had blue lights, and blue lights actually met transgender people. Or transsexual.
Angie, there's your link to it.
Oh
yeah.
fuck! I heard a quote today that I needed to share. Get the fuck out of here, pig boy! This the only blue lives matters are Twi'lek babes.
That's a bit of an obscure reference.
Stuffy, do you still have the URL? Have you closed the browser window? If you still have the URL, just drop the URL in chat. And I'll pop it up on the screen. For all to see so we may mock you openly. It is, well, Skeptic, there's argument over that, actually. I have had people argue that it actually increases. I live in one of the places that has legalized it, and I see direct involvement. I know plenty of people in Australia at this point, and I know people who have actually participated in that sort of stuff. And then you combine that with the Netherlands and Portugal, and it seems like the assumptions, the presumptions are correct. That yes, in fact, it does have a downturn in the effect upon it. But the problem is that it's like the gun thing. If you ban guns in Chicago, people just go to a neighboring state and buy their guns, right? Like, it's like that. The human trafficking thing, you kind of have to tackle on all fronts, or else it just surges into a different area.
Yeah.
So, social liberalism, Stuffy. So social, mostly equitable, but about a third to the markets. Mostly peaceful, about 65 to the globalists, but 35 nationalist. Liberal, ooh, you got a 37-ish percentage there on authority. Gonna have to take you out back and beat you with the hose for that one, I suppose. Societal axis, mostly progressive, but about a 28-27% traditionalist. So basically, you would be very home in one of the Nordic countries. You'd be fine with it. That's where you would find this sort of thing. Yeah. Anyway, so Zealot, I have an uncle who's a sex addict, and the fact that we have legal brothels here has been a big help to him. He says he never got the urge to touch a random assault because he can pay for it down the road. Cool, Deetris. Yeah, well, you might want to try and do a different method, advocate for a different method, because your method probably isn't going to happen anytime soon.
You want to know why most girls get into stuff like camming or stripping or just doing whatever? It's because they need to pay their college bills.
It's money. It's
like, that's
money.
a stereotype.
It's
but it
money.
works.
It's always money. It's money.
Yeah, but money has a purpose.
Yeah, but
Usually
it's money.
For a purpose.
It's money. Whether it's feeding your kid or housing yourself, or furthering your position of looking for a little social mobility in our society, it's money. It's always money. Because it's just money tied to all those things under capitalism.
Disagree with you, but yeah, I'll go on. Take the point. I'm too tired to argue.
It's always money. It's capitalism. It's always money. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. At the end of the day, it's all money. Healthcare, war, doesn't matter. It's money. Let's see. Just wanted to see fucking blah, blah, blah. Nope. Oh, yeah, we've had a wall of text. All right, cool. Unity. Hey, turd. But seriously, what would be the need for sex trafficking if we abolished currency, profit, money, and capitalism? You dream big, don't you, Skeptic? You dream big. I respect it. I don't know how to say this without sounding condescending, so I'm just going to say it. Things like those statements are usually made by the very young. If you think that we'll be abolishing currency, profit, money, and capitalism in your lifetime...
No. You're gonna be lucky if you manage to eradicate sexism, and that's a way lighter issue.
Fuck you, I'm 20 years old, but still. Like I said, dude, that's a huge ask. That's a huge huge.
You know what?
ask.
I want to relate to Skeptic because he's basically the same age as me. Like, look, Skeptic, I'm not going to try and argue that I am super experienced because I'm not. But when I first joined Kai's community, and Kai can back me up on this, I was super eccentric, really excited, and wouldn't sit down in my fucking chair. And because of the longer I've spent in the Pulse Sphere, I've gotten some chips on my shoulders. He's not saying shit for no reason. He has a purpose.
And Detrius, we do have some societal collapse to look forward to, but for those who have been on my channel for the last couple of weeks, we've covered a fair amount of this, especially utilizing the Peter Zehan videos and lectures and economic input from the likes of Irish Swede, and discussed this. If you're in America, you actually don't have as much societal collapse to look forward to as you might be hoping for in a weird, perverted, twisted way. We're positioned and situated on a global scale really well for the next few decades, despite all of the other stuff. And
well, lucky the boomers fucked.
It's so that won't be coming quite the way that you think it may. But to abolish currency and profit and capitalism as a whole in our lifetimes would take upheavals the likes of which that, I mean, I'm not sure we want to invite that into our lives. Good luck, Detrius.
Basically repeating 1812 is what you need to do. Only it's not 1812 where you have 5 million people in America. Now it's 2021 where you have 50 million people in America. And that's not exactly cash money.
Night loaded, yeah, exactly. We could start by abolishing caps and then transitioning one letter at a time.
Yeah.
Canada's got a rough few years ahead. Our millennials
facts. No.
are actually a fraction of yours.
Yeah, Canada's situated to be America's bitch even more. Moving forward, it's not looking great for Canada. You know who it's actually looking good for is Mexico. Mexico's going to see like a few decades worth of growth. They're going to see China-like growth.
They're going to compete.
Yeah, Mexico's on the come up. Mexico's on the come up.
I have no problem against that, to be honest, with the Mexico come up, because they've been beaten and fucking abused by America and the political narrative for so long. It's like, yeah, give them their like 100-something years of like whatever.
Well, the irony, I suppose it would be, yeah. The irony of the situation is that one of the contributing factors to them being situated as they are for the potential gains that they have to make is literally the cartels. Due to what the cartels did to the labor market in the region, basically they've created a situation where America can take advantage of low-priced labor for manufacturing bases. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. But it's sort of one of those economic truths that economists talk about that you're like, oh, that's uncomfortable, but it's a factor. If you're going to discuss the economy of Mexico and not bring in the factor of the cartels, then you're missing a giant slice of the pie. So,
and how much the CIA and FBI talk to the cartel.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah, for what it's worth, another thing that's like a little introductory stepping stone to understanding how the cartels work, and I guess gangs in general, is people, especially people in the conservative base of America, as far as I know, tend to have really coddled views and think, well, oh, the cartels and gangs are just monsters. They stop at nothing, blah, blah, you know, how the narrative says it. In reality, most of those groups actually have some really, like, ham-fisted morals, like, forced right into your heart kind of thing. And if you don't obey them, you're probably not going to live very long. Just putting that out there. Right. That's how it is.
It's the silver or the lead. That's just how that works. Let's see. Where is? Hang on, forgive me one sec. I'm just trying to do something here, and I'm not seeing what I need to see. There we go. No. There we go. There we go. That's what I want. That one. Cool. All right. I've Zach. Hello, Sunshine. And Stuffy. Most of us have played Fallout. So at least we're prepared for it. But we all know Kai's playing if we go full Fallout. I've mainly read Marxist literature. I've read Kropotkin and Malatesta in the anarchist camps. Any recommendations for leftists looking to devour books? Yeah, you want to actually know about anarchism? Like, don't read individual authors. That's for if you're like, I'm going to learn anarchist theory from scratch, right? No, Viva, it's one giant party, and I'm fucking leaving on just a dust of every compound and chemical known to man. I'm just gonna OD my way out, but it's gonna be like a 4-day, 5-day fucking like week-long party, culminating in peace out, bitches. I ain't sticking around for this shit. Zach, yeah. All right. So if you're looking to devour, so here, if you're that type, then just start here. Demanding the Impossible, A History of Anarchism by Peter Marshall. It's 880 pages. Definitely, your territory. If you're like the I devour stuff. If you want something smaller, go The Government of No One by Ruth Kinna, Kinna. Definitely start there. But if you reach the end of Demanding the Impossible and you're like, I want to know about more about anarchism, like in Korea, in China, in South America, I've got texts for that as well. Sterner. Peter Marshall is going to be fairly Eurocentric in his analysis. There are outliers, of course. He's going to talk about things that aren't traditionally Eurocentric. He's going to talk about authors and theorists and practitioners therein that aren't necessarily Eurocentric, but by and large, captured as a whole, synopsis of the book, it is fairly Eurocentric. Whereas there's a very strong anarchist milieu in South America. Notably, the Koreans need brought in and mentioned in this breath as well. There's indigenous aspects that need mentioned as well, but those aren't going to be necessarily covered hugely in Marshall's book. But it's a very good starting place if you're just looking for a drastic overview and sort of a dive into the various authors, theorists, practitioners, and those sorts of things. So he'll talk about Kropotkin, he'll talk about Bakunin, he'll talk about Malatesta, he'll talk about Goleman, he'll talk about, right? And he'll even talk about some of the ones that are considered proto-anarchists of sorts. He'll talk about like medieval Christians. He'll talk about Taoists. He'll cover a variety of topics of people and contributing factors. I mean, he'll even talk about, like the Cynics. He'll go back to that sort of era that are sort of the tributaries or veins that flow into the river that is anarchism. So definitely, if that's what you're looking for, then yeah, go with Demanding the Impossible. You can skip Ruth Kinna if you want. Ruth's book is a little weirdly ordered sometimes.
And to stick in a cute little hot take, by the way, to whoever was asking about rating, I lost it. One moment. But someone was asking for. Oh yeah, Zach. Zach was asking for books to devour. I'm gonna be honest. If you read that like first book that Kai brought up, like the 900 page one, you're probably gonna have read more literature in one ideology than like 99.98% of all the streamers on the platform, because they do it for entertainment and you're actually trying to do it for academics, which I love. Bless you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it will. I mean, we can. Here, let's just we'll pick something at random. And by the way, it's small print. Like you're gonna work for this one, right?
Okay.
So let's say.
Oh wait, he said he's read Capital. I think he means Das Kapital. Okay, this is fair. Interesting.
There's see, he gloss over, like, here's Latin America. He'll do like a quick section on Argentina. Like, literally, here's Argentina's section. All right, Argentina down here, and see if I can actually get this page to turn to there. All right, I have an entire book on that. Marshall does it in like a page and a half-ish. Like, and here's Argentina, right? So,
Earth attraction.
you know, Rules for Radicals did not get higher user reviews on Audible. I'm not surprised. But read this, bitches. Read it. Learn it. Read it again. Read it a third time. Learn this fucking book. All right? This has nothing to do with anarchism. It has nothing to do with, like, you know, converting. It has nothing to do with communism. All this is how to be an effective community organizer. All this is going to teach you how to be a better activist, how to actually get people engaged in your community, how, why, and what that process looks like. The brass tacks of getting people together and getting them to do stuff as a unit. Fucking Saul Alinsky was a goddamn master organizer, to the likes of which the Catholic diocese used to send him graduates from their seminary to teach them how to be community organizers. All right? Fucking live it, learn it.
Also, Argentina, more like Archatina, because I swear that's all the normies know Argentina for. It's Che Guevara.
Sell it.
I think
Yeah.
Rules for Radicals needs to go on the bingo.
Let's see if I can edit that. I can't get it in the live right now, but Rules for Radicals, bitches. There we go.
Every now and then, Chuds discover it and then send their minions to vote it down. Sass Luffy.
Angie, Obama studied under Alinsky, so did Hillary Rodham. And so, yes, they are, the people on the right are terrified of Saul Alinsky, not only because of his disciples, but I've read it before, I'll read it again. Here's his dedications, right? Oh, Karina, get back into fucking voice chat. By the way, actually, you know what? Hang on. Permissions. If I don't trust...
Born in a city called Carmel by the Sea. I've never heard something more whimsical, and in fucking California,
There we
of all
go.
places.
Karina, just try and join on air if you want. If I don't trust my mods, then what's the fucking point? So here's the dedications, all right, for the book. This is just right up front. This really freaks a lot of people on the right out. All right, so this guy is demonized to start with. All right, he's the likes of which he taught Hillary Rodham, Clinton, and Obama. Right, like he's one of those. He's to be feared. All right, right in the front of his book.
You know what's funny? I really want to stick this in because it's fucking hilarious, but the original cover of Rules for Radicals is written in the goddamn SpongeBob text. I'm dead serious.
You know it came before SpongeBob, though, right?
It did.
So that means SpongeBob is written in the Rules for Radicals text.
SpongeBob is radical. Oh, conservatives!
Lest we forget at least an over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical. From all our legends, mythology, and history, and who is to know where mythology leaves off and history begins, or which is which? The first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did it so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom, Lucifer. All right, he dedicates the book to Lucifer. That freaks a lot of people out. A lot of those conservative Christians, a lot of the right-wingers hear about that sort of shit. They freak the fuck out.
Also, here, I'm gonna take an enormous risk, but since it's relevant, I'm just gonna stick that link in there.
No, we can't.
We can't? Aw,
No,
sad.
it is not a public domain book. We can't advocate or allow for that on stream. So, yes. Everybody fucking read your rules for radicals. Let's see. Alright, cool. What else did I have? Oh, yeah. Theft under $1,000. Oh, caboose. Did you see this shit about the theft under $1,000 being decriminalized in California?
Really?
Oh.
I have not.
Oh, but wait. There's more. All right? Here's what happened shortly thereafter. I'm not fucking around.
Me
I
up,
saw
Billy
that video.
Mays. Alright. Oh my god. No fucking way. What a Chad.
The balls on that guy.
Went right through the security gates on a fucking bike, too.
Casual. It's a Walgreens or a CVS. It's a pharmacy. It's a chain pharmacy in the state of California. Shortly after California decriminalized theft for valuations under $1,000. It's basically a civil matter at that point. It's not a criminal matter if it's under $1,000. So the first thing somebody did was like, well, I'm going shopping then.
That's actually, wait, dude, that's so fucked up when you think about it, though, because they could just go behind, like, the medicine counters and just get prescription medicine without ever...
No, that's a felony.
Is this still a felony?
That's a felony. Yeah. That's a whole other ball game. Walgreens, I recognize the signs. Rock on, Zippy. Yeah. So yeah, that was yeah. Your state has decriminalized theft under $1,000. The first thing people started doing was like, well, I'm just gonna go get $900 worth of shit.
Their Fortnite binge, though, they can go steal a PS3 now. So
casual. Nothing is stopping them at this point.
no.
Nothing. It's not a great idea. Like, I understand. It's basically wokeness. This is a little bit of woke shit, right? Like, prison industrial complex, disproportionately affecting marginalized communities, Black, Hispanic, those sorts of things, right? And you're looking to unclutter and declog your criminal justice system. And so you do something like this, right? You decriminalize theft under $1,000, looking to, one, alleviate the disproportionate policing effect that's going on. Two, eliminate potentially, a significant percentage of your criminal justice system and legal system backlog as a result of this. And three, you get to play policy points. You get some politic points as a politician over this one. You get to go out and fucking ham it up a little bit over this sort of thing, right? But
what's this? Kai, I want to ask something about the law itself, actually, because I'm completely out of the loop on this. Was it actually? I know it was for the state of California, but was it actually accentuated to a federal law, or is it just
no?
to the
It's just
state?
California.
Okay, because I mean, like, if this went in front of Kamala Harris, she'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Let's see. Oh, and basically a study. It's a peer-reviewed study published in Environmental Science and Technology. But basically they wouldn't name who's who. They tested several hundred makeup products, cosmetic products in the U.S. and Canada, and they found that PFASs. Perfluoroalkyl substances, aka forever chemicals. If they get in your bloodstream, you're going to die with them in your bloodstream, right? And they cause a whole host of problems and issues. Over half, 231 of the makeup and personal care samples that they they tested had PFASs in them. Lipstick, eyeliner, mascara, foundation, concealer, lip balm, blush, nail polish, the works. All right, yeah. Just so you know what's in that makeup that you may or may not be applying. Also, they found a higher prevalence of them in the permanent ones, which is cute. But the ones that are, long lasting, all day wearing, waterproof, these sorts of things. Yeah, they found a prevalence of PFASs in. So, enjoy your makeup. For those of you who are here for and found out what the foreskins that we chop off in America get used for, here's one more reason why you should probably dial back the cosmetic usage. Just saying.
Yeah, you know what they say. I mean, about like women looking like unintentionally like Barbie dolls is that you have to look the part inside and out, and the chemicals are doing a good job.
What's this gendered shit? Men wear makeup.
Shut up. Yeah, of course they wear makeup, but I'm not gonna get into that argument because everyone should be allowed to wear makeup. Makeup is not a gender thing.
I wonder if there's someone that ever wore my foreskin.
Cubus. Wait, can I say that?
Nah, you can say my name. Yes, it's.
No. I was gonna say Cubus cock hat because it's technically true.
Did go to waste exactly with it. And yes, Viva. Yep. Rip Angie. Let's see. And Saudi Arabia. I talked about this guy last year. Looks like they finally killed him. Saudi Arabia executed a 26-year-old dude who was arrested for protesting against the government when he was a teenager. That's, our allies in peace, Saudi Arabia, everyone. And Taiwan has reported, because I reported on the fact that after Japan and America told China to, dial back the whole Taiwan incursion shit, they did actually knock it off for, a week there. They all of the incursions into the Taiwan exclusionary airspace went down, significantly. Well, yesterday, Taiwan reported their largest incursion yet by the Chinese Air Force. So China was like, yeah, sure, we'll knock it off for 6 days. And we're back.
The hell is China so interested in Taiwan anyways?
It goes to their national narrative, as well as the fact that China is basically locked away behind a series of island chains that they don't necessarily control. Between Japan, and I know this isn't part of an island chain, but Japan, Korea, Indonesia, the Philippines, what you end up with is this border wall that isolates China. And they very much would like to be able to extend their military past that ring. But unfortunately, they can't. So what they do is they have a historical narrative that they rely upon that says Taiwan is China, Japan is China, Indonesia is China, the Philippines is China. It's all fucking China, and we want it back.
Yeah, and I think the way you could explain it to all the normies out there, everywhere, is just it's essentially China's trying to do their own version of Manifest Destiny, but every country around them's going, lol, no. And we've learned our lessons from a certain angry past Austrian man. We're not willing to do that again.
Tibet is China. Yeah, exactly. It's all fucking China. Let's see. All right.
When did the decriminalization or ACL theft come into effect? I'm assuming the past 24 hours.
No, it was taken a little bit. The law was actually passed a while ago, but it took a while to come into effect. I think it was 2019 or something. They actually passed it. Nobody paid any attention.
Meme.
This is just I'm a terrible person. That's all. So unplanned outages hit Texas as power plants shut down in soaring temperatures. So if anybody's keeping track, if anybody's keeping score, the Texas power grid doesn't work in the cold, nor does it work in the heat. Just
How's that privatization working out for you, Texas?
yeah. How's that working? Is it doing well?
I mean, I can't say much because I live in fucking California. We got privatized utilities too.
But they, have you guys had the rolling brownouts, blackouts in the last few years? So I know for a while y'all were doing that regularly.
Those usually happen around late July and August.
Okay. Yeah, PG&E fucking ugh.
Yeah.
Does it work in mild weather? Maybe.
Usually.
Maybe. Sometimes. Occasionally.
Feels like it, and it
Depend-
like the moon's aligned.
Every once in a while, a deer will get caught in a transformer, and no, I'm not joking about that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the fucking sticks.
If the weather is too hot and the power goes out, is it still the wind turbine's fault? Yes, 100%. Yeah. It's the regulation, not privatization. Go with that. Yeah.
Not bad timing, don't you think? Because all the people from California, like in the past 2 years, maybe 5 or something, got sick of California. So I had a bunch of them move to like Austin or something, and then all of a sudden the power grid's just like, oh hey, didn't see you there. We're gonna paint some happy little trees today. Right? Just kidding. There's no trees in Texas. Just depression.
Yeah. What you need to know. Yeah, goddamn Green New Deal. Exactly. I'm sure it has nothing to do with ERCOT. For those of you who don't understand or aren't versed in Texas power grid politics, ERCOT is the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, which if you speak newspeak, you can pretty much see where this is headed. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas. What do you think they're responsible for? Yes, implementing a series of regulations that essentially allow the private power utility companies to not upgrade any of their infrastructure, not invest in any of their infrastructure, jack prices through the fucking roof for their clientele. So, in essence, providing what's the opposite of reliability again? There you go. Welcome to Texas.
Christ. You know what this reminds me of, okay? And I have to recall this from memory. It reminds me of, like, I think, what was it, last year or some bullshit, maybe 2 years ago, on the start of the pandemic or whatever, there was that one fucking, I think, state senator, like, black state senator out of Florida or whatever. Like, he's not a senator. His name was Omari Hardy. But he just got pissed at, like, the local fucking, I want to say it's like a city near Miami or Orlando, because every one of the surrounding residents had paid their checks to try and keep the electricity running for their residences, and the council he was part of was just throwing it all away. So Hari blew the fuck up at them and was like, no, we need to actually restore the That's just where this is heading with Texas. It's another one of those. At least to me.
Oh, casual. It feels. Hang on, let me just pop something really quickly. Yeah.
I was getting his
okay.
Boy.
Yeah, this is the person who it literally invoked the Flat Earth Society before, just FYI. So, yeah, it feels like what they're saying is that it's due to overregulation that ERCOT... It is due to the overregulation embodied in ERCOT that is hamstringing these American patriotic power companies. And that if it weren't for ERCOT's just communistic regulations, then what would be happening is that these God-fearing patriotic power companies would be investing more in the power grid in Texas and providing reliable, cheap, clean, safe power to their citizens. But it's these goddamn politicians getting in their way. Maybe I'm wrong, though. It's certainly...
All those words are just dinking around on the inside of my head like a Windows screensaver, and I'm just depressed. Like, just, yeah.
Yeah, there's three power grids in the U.S. There's the Eastern, the Western, and Texas. Yeah. Texas is doing great. They're doing great.
Actually, wait, I have a really good thing I want to highlight, Kai, because this is actually pretty fucking funny when you think about it. South Africa managed to get some servers for internet games, as well as have somewhat stable internet with decent ping before America could fix the fucking Texas electrical grid. Like, just put that in your head for a minute.
Karina, I'm going to move you back to voice chat, and I want you to try to come into on-air on your own. There you go.
Hey. Oh no.
Mod ability. You now have the ability to move people in and out of voice chat or on air at will. Just FYI.
Okay. I'm guessing you would like me to also do that for you in case I see someone and you don't.
Well, not necessarily. I just want you to have the ability in case, say, I walk away and shit devolves and, you know, there is a mod on the air with me or something happens in Discord and you just, you know, yank them off the air if need be, sort of thing.
Ooh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
You should really create a role just to, like, join on air, I guess. Maybe
Yeah, no. The only people I'm going to give that ability to are my mods at most. Up until literally tonight, the only other person with that ability is Cat. But, yeah, no, that's definitely not going to happen. Radical Discord becomes authoritarian channel. Yeah, if I could trust it, I would just open it up. But the fact of the matter is that Rule 0 already got broken, and there's no returning from breaking Rule 0. So,
What's the name? Don't be a Ted.
Rick. But no, Rule 0 was don't make me make rules, and then Rick made me make rules. So,
fair.
So it is what it is at this point. So an Arizona cop has filed a report, and he's being taken to task for it because he pulled over a van, and he claimed that the reason he started pulling people out of the van and ID checking them and papers checking them was because he smelled undocumented migrants.
Oh.
Leftists ain't gonna like that one.
He unironically said he could smell undocumented migrants. Okay, not migrants, not bandmates that have been touring for weeks together, and the van is an absolute nightmare to be in because it's disgusting. He could smell undocumented migrants. This is in his fucking report. Just saying, that seems like a hell of a distinction for a nose to make, but, you know.
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah, that's not cash money.
I wonder what undocumented migrants are supposed to smell like.
If I'm guessing correctly, probably about like 3 weeks in the Sonoran Desert. Like, if, you know.
That's some bullshit though, man. There's like some things
Of course it
where
is.
it's just like leftists that are just gonna jump on it and start hating it and do respect, and then you have the things that are so goddamn outlandish. Even some of the lighter, like conservative sympathizers will be like, "Come on, you dick, give me a break."
So were they undocumented?
Yeah, actually they were.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's not that hard to find in the U.S.
That's the problem
Yeah.
with this story is that, yeah, they were.
Oh, fucking watch this, by the way, right? Now, like, a handful of just, like, news articles are gonna pick it up, just be like, oh my god, this man is the fucking migrant smeller. He just, run into some batshit
myself
narrative,
promotions.
stringing it together like a piece of yarn. Yeah.
What's the average time it takes to become a U.S. citizen from Mexico?
Oh,
If
like
you
shit tons of
don't
years.
Have someone on the other side.
It's shit tons of
validate
years.
it
I've
for you.
seen it take up to 25 years before.
Yeah,
See-
no, I think it's typically double, like, a non minority citizen, and I say that with due respect. It's usually, like, for a regular person, I think it's about 5 to 6 years. For, like, someone coming from Mexico, at a bare minimum, double that. And you probably have a decent number.
Okay, so yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah, it's bad.
so
Um,
that explains why they're fully undocumented.
The USCIS claims that it, on average, takes approximately 14 months. But
Bullshit! Not for
Yeah,
Mexican
no.
people.
Sorry. You know what? Maybe Australians.
no, yeah, his Australians, Adam's like Australians can be American in 7 years. Yeah, it's absolutely. I'm so naive. What does meth smell like? Innately nothing, Zippy. On its own, meth doesn't have a scent. Because when it's in its crystalline form, if it's been properly washed, then you won't actually smell anything. Dogs can smell it, but you, as a human being, won't smell it. If you smell it, what you're actually smelling is one of the processing compounds used. And so you're looking at meth that probably wasn't, well prepared or went through a final rinse correctly. So you may be actually smelling one of the processing chemicals along the way, which have a very heavy odor to them.
Yeah.
To me, it smells
Disclaimer.
like burning plastic.
Yeah, the cat pee thing is common for a lot of people during manufacture. Yeah, that's pretty common. Yeah.
Big disclaimer here at Proudly Radical LLC, we do not encourage the usage of recreational drugs. Wink.
Kai is literally doing pot on stream right now.
No, I haven't done any. I've just been
What's the little
fiddling.
light?
I've been fiddling with it the entire time.
Oh,
Yeah, well, I mean, weed is, like, legal as far as I know.
Kai has also talked several times about doing psychedelics, so
Yeah, at length. But again, I always advise people to consult their local laws and to know their own legal liabilities wherever they may lie. I'm not your
and just
attorney. I'm
letting
not
out
your
the
doctor.
medical
I'm not your
advice.
fucking idol. All right.
I was around with a joke. Yes, Daddy Twitch might spank you in the bum, and I'm just like, let's make a joke out of that one.
At most, you're his parasocial relationship, or semi-real, or semi-friendship.
If you ever make it, if we ever set up the compound, if I get to the point where I set up the compound and you make it for a visit, then we'll consider moving past parasocial.
I remember, actually, I think it's about 5 months ago, didn't Oregon decriminalize, like, every drug on the state level? I'm pretty sure it did.
Most of them, yeah. Lord Amherst, should we stop building the Kai statue outside Antifa corporate head building? No, keep doing that. I'm fine with that. Yeah. If you could gild it in gold,
Yeah,
if you
the
could gild it in
Trump
gold
flag.
too while you're at it, that'd be great. I'd much appreciate it.
I was thinking we were mostly using recycled Trump for president plastic banners.
Let's
I mean,
see.
people
All
give
right.
Oregon some shit, but honestly, like, Oregon is a decently livable state when you compare it to a bunch of others. It's not that bad.
How's Vermont on that level?
Zippy, yeah, definitely gaudy. If you could turn it into an eternal flame too, I'd like a torch in my hand that's an eternal flame as well. That'd be great. Do that too. Also, maybe a couple of like Black Bloc members permanently like on patrol in front, like marching back and forth. That'd be great. Yeah. That would appease my ego. Let's
An anarchist with an ego? Impossible.
let's see. Okay. too gaudy and ostentatious.
Oh my god, Kai, you just gave me D&D inspiration.
Oh, I was actually gonna suggest that you and I run like a blank, because I was thinking about it the other day. Sorry, we're gonna take a little aside here, folks. Karina and I are just gonna do a little bit GM business here. There's no way that I'd be able to like teach you properly during like a one shot and actually like properly run the one shot and get something done for the participants. So I was thinking
I wanted to try to be a player once.
Yeah. What I was
them.
thinking is maybe giving you like 2 sheets or something, and doing like a quick dive into like the Aeon Wave world that I run. And we could do the intro, we could do some of the combat, you could play around with a couple of characters and that sort of thing and see what it feels like. And that would give us the freedom for us to have GM talk simultaneously to the game run. Rather than fuck it up for everybody else. Hang on, we're going to take 25, 30 minutes out of the game now to talk about what this looks like from the GM's perspective. So, busy yourselves. So yeah, I was thinking about that the other day, actually, that that's probably the way you and I should do that. Yeah, and sure you were, Wookie. I believe you. I do. I most assuredly do.
I'm making Storner into a fucking character. He is wide-brow barbarian who does not do anything but for self. Is into leftist ideas but for self. He is Storner, the barbarian.
Nice red pepper impression.
Who?
The Inner World guy.
Oh, in a world,
Yeah.
somewhere out there, your mom is getting laid.
True.
So this is 26 minutes with, all right. We'll see what
That's a lot of minutes.
we'll see what this looks like. All right. Toggle over there.
I have to
you can do
literally
it.
hold my Adam's apple up to get that low. That's actually
Yeah.
pretty funny.
I mean, I have a naturally baritone in my voice, so I can get closer to doing it, but I don't have the throat rumble that Red Pepper does. That's what makes Red Pepper recognizable really fast, is his throat kind of goes like...
All right.
as he speaks.
All right, we're gonna watch. I'm gonna start a video because I want to see what it's about. For those of you that don't recognize this handsome, magnificent, bald gentleman on the screen right now, this is our very own Irish Swede. He is a very well accredited economist and finance expert unto his own right. And so we're going to. I'm gonna start the video. The video is entitled "Let's Talk About Reparations." Now, Swede probably isn't going to get, I don't know. I don't want to make too many predictions, but knowing Swede, he's probably not going to get too much into the actual politics of the matter and more the brass tacks economics of the matter and what it may look like. But I don't know. We'll see.
We're going to talk about reparations, because that won't be controversial at all. Let's go.
Yep, the economics of reparations, straight up.
All right, everyone. Hope you're having a great evening. Here we are. It's a lovely Tuesday afternoon in which it was 100 degrees today, and frankly, that is uncomfortable no matter where you are. I don't care if you're in Phoenix or where I live, where even though there's no humidity, it's hot. So, anyway, lovely summer here in the Midwest. Hope everybody else is doing well and staying cool. Anyway, so, like I said, let's talk about some reparations talk. First, we have to kind of go over the fact of what we won't be talking about today. We will not be discussing whether reparations are deserved, whether they're owed, or any of that nonsense. As far as I'm concerned, that debate was settled a long time ago when the difference between labor payment and labor value was recognized. We can all sit back and say that slavery is the process of stealing the value of someone's labor, at least in an economic sense. Not include, and that doesn't include the abhorrent humanitarian sense that comes along with it. But let's be real, that type of treatment, at least on the economic sense, reparations are owed because labor value was stolen. Period. End of discussion. We're not going there. The other thing we're not really going to discuss is any of the other minorities that that do deserve reparations.
I can hear his heart. I can hear it on the video.
Is that what that subtle like beep 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 is?
No, it's a clicking sound. That's his artificial valve. You can hear it occasionally. His mic is actually picking it up.
Deserve their own show and their own topic, as they have their own sets of issues that deal with what is going on specifically with them. And mostly I'm talking about indigenous Americans, and potentially some of the immigrants from Mexican Americans, if you get into how they were treated, say, around the World War II time and before. There's also some Chinese American incidents that definitely need to be discussed. So let's focus on the one issue where it is, and the others definitely deserve, their own topic and their own studies. And thirdly, the point of whether or not your family was ever owned slaves or was even emigrated here during slavery, or whether you are descendant from slaves or anything, none of that is relevant. What we're talking about today is the fact that they are owed. What programs are we going to instill, and what methods can we institute to really give back to the black community based on the treatment over the last 300 to 400 years. So, we will be asking some questions here or there, but all in all, we're not going to go into those three things, and really those are kind of irrelevant to this discussion. Some of them, such as what indigenous Americans need, that's their own discussion. We'll just leave that for another time. Hopefully, we can get into that because there's some interesting similarities and some very interesting differences between the discussion we'll have today and those later on down the line with different groups. So. What are the current conversations?
All I'm saying is that would drive me nuts. That would drive me absolutely nuts. Like having that clicking sound constantly following me around.
I think eventually you would have to live with it.
Yeah.
Within this topic, a lot of it stems around when do you start? So, there's two schools of thought. There's the 1619 date, which is kind of when everything started in the Americas with the beginnings of the practice of slavery. And then there's the 1788 date, which is when the United States was formed and formally recognized and could then therefore assume liability for how it treated its citizens and those that live here. 1788 is kind of an easy legal way to think about it. 1619 is more of is a much better humanitarian way to think about it. I'm not going to say which one's right because that's not for me to decide. And I'll leave it at that. I can see the arguments on each side. That doesn't tell me which one is right. I think that more needs to come from the communities that have been affected by this over the long haul. And that is kind of a sticky subject. So if you know anything about every year, the House introduces a bill that never gets voted on, and it's kind of BS that it never actually gets to the floor. I don't even think it makes it out of committee for discussion. And
All right, somebody remind me to yell at Swede for not understanding what like the millennial on down attention span looks like. He really needs to take that into account a little more. Like,
I'm gonna be honest, jump cuts would make this far more entertaining.
yeah,
Easier to listen to.
like it's okay. Let's fucking there is no closed captions on this video. Not even auto generated by YouTube. So there you go.
Nope, they don't do it anymore.
Oh really?
Nope.
Since
They tried to make it a pay-for system.
oh okay, I was like, since when did that happen?
So you either caption it yourself or pay for it.
Interesting.
That should change here pretty soon with the changing demographics and the progressiveness of the population increasing. However, HR 40, look it up, gets introduced every year, and it's the commission to study how much and under what program should reparations be paid based upon the number that is discovered. And so there's never really been a formal government study done on this topic. There's been a lot of academic studies, and they've come up with numbers, and this is for slavery alone. They've come up with numbers ranging in the 10 to 97 trillion dollar number. Obviously, that's inflated to today's dollars. Last I checked, that was 2019 dollars, so we're probably, a good 1 to 5% higher than that as of today, based upon how you think about inflation coming from that. So there's a problem there, and that doesn't include all of the treatment post-slavery. That doesn't include the basic practice of the Jim Crow apartheid system that we had that really kept the thumb down on black communities and for their ability to achieve the economic standard that they deserved. Number one. Number two, there were promises made. There were promises made by the U.S. government that were not fulfilled. If anybody goes back and looks at it, the 40 acres and a mule promise that was made to freed slaves.
Yes, if you're using your bingo card, you can check off Swede deployed.
And
Yeah.
you have to figure in the value of what those 40 acres were, where they were, what those would look like today, the productivity of that land, and then count up all of the potential production from that time to today, and then inflate those dollars into today's dollars. And I don't know exactly what you would come up with, but it's got to be much higher than $97 trillion. I back of napkin, tried to make some calculations on my own. I've gotten into the 150 to $200 trillion number. There's just been a whole host of numbers thrown around. And in the end, that number doesn't matter until we decide to do something about it.
Wither, you're literally fishing for a bingo, aren't you? If you're going to buy sex toys that are insertable, make sure you buy them from reputable U.S. or Western manufacturers, Europe, Canada, the U.S., and make sure you get medical grade silicone. Because if you get silicone products from China via Alibaba or DHgate, there's a high probability they're using industrial silicone products rather than medical grade silicone products. And that is no es bueno. So if you're going to be getting your insertable sex toys, get them from US, Canada, or Western European manufacturers for your own long-term colorectal and vaginal safety and health. There you go. Wither.
A number
mind
that
that coffee
gets
pasta, by
big
the way.
and then it gets daunting, and then it turns a lot of people off. It's kind of like the national debt. Some people look at the $20 trillion national debt and they throw their hands up in the air and think that, you know, all hope is lost and there's nothing we can do about it. And that's its own discussion, but really we have to decide first how best to distribute the reparations themselves in a manner that creates long-term future economic growth for the black community. Period, exclamation point. Whatever that number is, whether it's 10 trillion, whether it's 200 trillion, doesn't matter. That's a priori number one. So what?
Wither, put your bingo card link that they generated out for your bingo card into chat, please.
Are those methods that have been thrown around? What's been talked about? Everything from direct payments, so lump sum payments. You know, we sell a whole bunch of bonds, sell 10 to $200 trillion worth of bonds, float that money out, and give it to the black community based, you know, prorated based on how long the descendants have been here. And that gets a little problematic, as, you know, being able to trace your family back and how long that they've been here. That's problematic. Making things an equal payment system across the board for everyone is a little problematic, as some might not think it's fair. For some people that may have immigrated, you know, last year, getting the same amount as someone whose family has been slaves here since 1619. Obviously, there may be some grudges held on that front, and I can understand that. But really, in the end, the full payment system doesn't really work all that well on an economic basis. And the reason is yes, we have printed a lot of money lately. We've printed over tax revenue several $1 trillion in the current bailout and the economic stimulus plans that, you know, related to COVID, and it hasn't really caused inflation, mainly because the U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency.
We'll get back to Swede here in a second. Ricky the Great one. I'm sorry. Thank you for thank you for the raid. What were you doing? How was your stream? You were looks like you were probably, I don't know. What were you up to? And to whom can I thank for this? I'm guessing it was Maniac though. Based on the fact that Maniac came in on that one. But welcome. We were just busy watching a video by one of our community members who's an economist and a financier unto his own right, and talking about the economics and brass tacks of what reparations in the U.S. would look like. What are the amounts? How would you pay for it? These sorts of things. So we'll get back to that in a second. But my without Swede on the line, my attention span is difficult for one of Swede's videos. I'm gonna tell Swede to like hold something shiny up every 5 minutes or so, like just like flash a light or something into the screen and just ooh, shiny.
That would sound silly, but does Swede need an editor?
He could actually, yeah.
Swede could use graphics. Yeah, Swede could definitely use graphics. This is the problem, though. Video editing and graphic and like video editing and post-processing work is a pain in the ass. It's some of the most tedious, obnoxious shit I've ever seen in IT, and I've spent my life in it.
Be creative. It's a lot of fun.
And no, even creative, there gets a point where it starts to suck, and that's the reason that like YouTube celebrities or whatever shovel it off to like people they hire for editors. But for big people, those editors really do get paid like $4,000 a video. Like, I'm dead serious.
The only reason I
really
really quit / got fired from my editing job was
Yes, exactly that. You just went robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, RV. Yeah, 100%. That's definitely where what this is. God, I don't have a sound effect for like fuck the Boogaloo Boys. Talking geopolitics and U.S. foreign policy. Historic, contemporary, in relation to anything specifically. Don't mind details, or you can just tell me to fuck off, Ricky, and be like, yeah, you know what? I've just spent a few hours running a stream. I'm off to do my own thing now, which I completely understand and respect. Yes, I am Wither, actually. I really am. Like, if the millennial attention span is as bad as it is, I can only imagine what the Zoomer attention span looks like. So... yeah, I'm essentially instructing Swede to treat Zoomers like pets you're attempting to entertain. Yeah, hold up a shiny, fluffy thing and wave it around in our faces occasionally, and just like get our attention back.
That can be mirrored too, Kai. Just for the whole like entertainment aspect, you can flip that, and it's just like for the boomers, they need to be entertained, or sorry, should I say trained? Like, because computers and stuff, boomers suck at.
Yeah,
but literacy, they're good.
Zippy or make an obscene gesture. Yeah, that would definitely work as well. That's what my pupper is for. He's the real star of the show. And if you and congratulations on your bingo there, by the way, Wither. I still don't know what we're gonna do with the bingos. Sheer bragging rights, keep score. You've had one bingo, maybe who knows. Yeah. Hey, I can hold my attention for like 30 seconds. Are capybaras legal pets yet? Not everywhere. No, they are not. It would be, let's see, what states can I own a capybara in? California and Georgia bans them outright. New York, it is perfectly legal to adopt a capybara, as well as Pennsylvania and Texas. Other regions, you sometimes need a certificate or permit to have the animal in your possession. Florida's legal as well. A lot of states literally just haven't addressed the legality of them at all. But it looks like, it looks like Georgia and California, you cannot own them. So yeah. And Pennsylvania and Texas
has not commented list.
Welcome them. Did Cappy go off or not? I don't know.
Yeah, Cappy did.
Okay, cool. I was just throwing it up there just in case. Oh, you know what? I need to...
Sorry, what is Nevada on the list like?
They are in the category of we don't give a shit. Do what you gotta do.
Hey, isn't that their attitude towards half the stuff in the state, pretty much?
Yeah, except basically everything that can make you money.
Well, yeah, kind of. You have to care about that because gambling state, lol.
No, I mean it's literally like food. Like you can't even do like farmers market level shit in this state. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
right.
It's kind of like a weird little thing because I meet a lot of smart people in Nevada, and then you also can have people like Tara Babcock just merge in with them. It's like, what?
Time to duck. It's sort of a double entendre. It's one, take no crap, but it's also take no cap, as in reference to capybaras, as well as potentially capitalism. So it's got multiple meanings all wrapped into one. And I don't even remember who it was that was responsible for that one. I'm feeling like it was premarital. That feels like a premarital writing assignment. Let's see. Oh, hang on. That's not what I wanted to. Okay. Yeah, Karina, you fucking dropped out as you were talking. Let's see. No terror birds either. No worries. Time to talk. Oh, fucking. Just so much aches. So much aches. We watched Birdemic and Birdemic 2 on Bad Movie Night. Bad Movie Night is Fridays on the Discord server if you want to join us. We get together, we get really high and or drunk, depending on what your choice is. And then we watch really, really bad movies. Yeah.
Or play games, one of the two.
Not on Bad Movie Night.
Oh, on movie night, no, but there's other chats too.
Let's see. Biden foreign policy, political analysis of states that the U.S. sees as potential rivals. Also start with an assessment of the leaked NATO communique, as well as misdisinformation campaigns and exacerbation of existing societal risks in the U.S. Good night, Zippy. Take care of yourself. A for twos. And so, yeah. All right. Ricky, you're probably going to want to look into, if you're into geopolitical analysis and foreign policy analysis, you're going to want to look into demography vis-a-vis the U.S. and Chinese relations, as well as a guy by the name of Peter Zeihan, Zeihan. You're probably not going to like, if you're a leftist, you're probably not going to like what he has to say, but he's very well credentialed and his level of expertise is very rarely questioned. So he's not one of us. He's just not one of us. That's not his shtick. Bit of an environmentalist though. Okay. So you know who Peter Zeihan is. Good. Then, yep. Welcome. He is and unabashed about it. He knows what he wants. He knows how to get it, and he's going about it. Credit where credit's due. Yeah. So, all right, cool. Let's see. All right, let's try it. We'll try.
And the demand structure centered around the number of dollars that are currently outstanding is enough to support the value of the dollar, so we're not really going to see too much in the way of long-term inflation, at least the way we see things now, especially with the words coming out of the Federal Reserve. But if you go ahead and say print $100 trillion, that's a whole different story from the get-go. You're going to flood the market with dollars. You're going to flood 13% of the U.S. population, 13 to 15% of the U.S. population. It's going to be flush with cash, and they're going to spend, and that's going to A, increase velocity, and B, increase the money supply, which would just cause rampant inflation, and which devalues the money that you just paid them, and that kind of defeats the purpose.
Well, in that case, that's definitely the option we would choose.
On number two, it may feel good at first to make those payments, but what happens, I don't know that it's probably the best long-term solution into creating long-term community wealth for the black communities.
Thank you for the follow.
There's really no system, there would be no system in place to keep community programs together, to create them in such a way where long-term value and long-term wealth can be created and maintained. So what can we do? What are some of the other ideas? Some of them are to print it and create a trust fund where it doesn't get put out right away, and that trust fund is able to be applied to for grants, for business startups, to guarantee home loans for the black community, to
Viva, literally just type the question into the comments on the Discord server and tag Irish Swede. He'll get back to you eventually. Like, he'll get back to you sometime tomorrow or later today for us. Yeah, he's pretty good about that. So if you've got a question for him, type it into the comments, tag him. He'll get back to you.
Have maybe 0% student loans for black students, or even free college itself, free tuition, and even free room and board. There's a whole host of things that this trust fund could take care of. And medical care, medical insurance, that trust fund could be the self-insurance for medical insurance for all black Americans if Medicare for All isn't passed. by that point. Hopefully it is.
Swede has no idea the ramifications of that, apparently. If we passed a trust fund that funded free college and free, okay, we're using this in air quotes. We all know it's not free, but let's use it anyway for the sake of brevity. Free college, free room and board, free health care for Black Americans, there's going to be a lot of fucking domestic terrorism. There's just no way around that. Are you shitting me? The South is just going to be on fire overnight. There's say goodbye to that black church. That shit's getting firebombed. Like, for real. That would spark so many issues in this country. That is the worst solution to this.
Biggest invite of white supremacy ever.
Yeah. Oh, you think the fucking welfare queen rhetoric is bad now? Actually hook them up with some shit. Actually hook them up with some stuff like college and housing and food and healthcare. Oh, that is gonna be a shit show, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Civil War. Holy shit, that solution could get the Boogaloo Boys exactly what they want, actually. Holy shit. Yeah, just look at the CRT fucking backlash happening, which, by the way, as an anarchist, oh god, I'm not going to get into it. As an anarchist, CRT is missing a huge element of intersectionalism that definitely should be discussed at the same time. There's my thing as an anarchist. It's race reductionism in the same form that Marxists are class reductionists. It's not taking the whole picture into account. It's a huge component of it, and it should definitely be taught and not overlooked or fucking glossed over like the fucking idiot conservatives in this country want. I just want a more complete lesson plan, that's all. I'd like a little more intersectionalism brought into the discussion for the purposes of, painting a complete picture. That's all. That's my only critique of that sort of thing. Yeah, and Chuto, yeah. That face when free college causes civil war. Yeah, I honestly, if you think the U.S. is going to be paying out reparations to black people anytime soon, you're dreaming. You're dreaming. If we paid out reparations, it would not be anywhere near the numbers that Swedes tossing around. $100 trillion worth of reparations. Are you kidding me? In this economy? That's going to be the first fucking thing said. In this economy? Yeah. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There's way too many old, angry white dudes running shit in this country for that to even be a part of the discussion, let alone actually move forward. As he says, every year this bill gets introduced. HR, whatever the fuck it is. HR Huff and stuff. The House resolution bill every year. And every year it literally goes nowhere because nobody will touch it with a fucking mile long pole, let alone a 10-foot pole. It's just not happening. This is just economic speculation. This is somebody who's an economist and a financial analyst who wanted to sit down and do a video on how we would pay for it, what it would look like, what are some of the mechanisms and methodologies that we could use to implement this policy. It's pure hypothetical for him. And so, yeah. But to think this might actually happen, man, that's like fucking skeptics saying earlier, the removal of money and currency and profit and capitalism from this world. It's oh, that's a huge ask. That's a huge ask. Yeah. I just, yeah, pure dark arts. Agree with you. That's why I had a question. Wouldn't a negative tax for people under a poverty line do a better job in addressing it without making it look like just one ethnicity gets a handout? Viva, yeah, that would be... and maybe Swede goes into those. Maybe Swede literally starts having that conversation about, well, actually, that's probably pragmatically not the best avenue to go due to blah, 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 and maybe this is the best way. I don't know. We're halfway through the video. I don't know if I'm going to make it the other half. I'm sorry, Swede. I love talking to him. I love having a conversation. But yeah. Reparations were paid to Indigenous Australians in 1970 under the clause that all money was to be put into hospitals and community centers. And in 2007 and 2020, subsidies that money was taken over by Australian politicians to pay for lockdown issues. Sounds about right. Getting reparations sounds less likely than national communism to me. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. It's up there in the like, holy shit, that's probably never going to happen ranking of stuff in America, or at least not in our lifetimes. And you as a black man Wither understand that probably better than a lot of us. Yeah. It's like, no. I mean, you're a young black man in Virginia. What would happen in your state if the black community was suddenly granted free housing, food, education, like college, and healthcare, right? Like, what's that going to look like in Virginia really quickly? Like, just off the top of your head, like, I'm sure my neighbors down the street will react completely sane and rationally and within the bounds of reason that the South in the U.S. is world-renowned for. Catch you later, Solariel. Sleep well. Yeah, I understand much. Woo. The Confederate flag neighbors might be a bit upset. Yeah, really. Imagine that. Couldn't imagine. Yeah, it's like we're at the stage of, can we not have people dying from preventable illness in the streets and shit like that? We're not at the $100 trillion own up to what we did in our past stage. All right, that's not going to be happening in our lifetimes, or at least probably not in mine. Let's just put it that way. So. I think while this is an interesting economic exercise, especially for somebody like Swede to sit back and be like, okay, so where are we going to find this money? What are some of the, some of the ramifications within the economic system? Casual, like, I'm sure Swede, like, we'll get him on the air when he's not asleep in the middle of the night and have him talk about some of this stuff, because I'm just going to take credit by proxy because we started this conversation with reparations with him on the air one time on this channel about how would you finance it? What would it look like? How, what are some of the avenues? And I'm just going to take credit by proxy and say we gave him this idea, and that's that. So really this is just, it's really just our video. More than Swedes. Love you, Swede. But yeah, we'll get him on the air one of these evenings when he's not asleep in the dead of the night and have him talk about this a little more for sure. Casual. I mean, yes, no, maybe so, but I mean, it's not going to happen. But Kai, have you considered the fact that I am God among men, and it's amongst God amongst men, and will Jesus our way to the Holy Land on earth and whatnot? Says Wither. Yes, exactly, Wither. Exactly. Oh, FYI, the Democrats unrolled a bill at the federal level to decriminalize drug possession and expunge records. Expect that to not be moving forward in any way, shape, or form. The internal Senate and investors all wanted to get their money back after they paid out. Let's see. Hang on. Here we go. Bring the national treasury as the British connections to Australia are still colonial and Pacific stronghold and slave trade since 1970 were only shut down over lockdown. All slave labor was assumed to have stopped in 2020. Assumed. How much do you think modern political ideologies are informed by the availability of heuristics rather than measurements of gross progress over time? Okay, so how much do I think modern political ideologies are informed by the availability of heuristics? And for those of you, fucking heuristics are like basically problem solving, not looking for optimal outcomes, but sufficient outcomes, I believe is the terminology that heuristics likes to use. Chutoy.
You're probably going to want to skip the song.
Yeah, it is what it is. Honestly, Chutoy, I don't actually think we would need to stratify the answers. We need to stratify the answers. There's the ruling class, there's the oligarchy, there's the political and capital class at the top, and then there's underneath that, there's everything else, right? I think everything else, the availability bias comes into play. I think at the top echelon, it actually doesn't. I don't think that it's prone to that. I don't think that that's the cause and reason behind that. I don't think they're using what will do. I do think they optimize to a huge degree. I do think that they have they seek a more perfect version, to borrow linguistic or a language from one of our founding documents. I think underneath that level, underneath the political and capital class, I think that probably becomes very prevalent, and it's probably taken into account at the highest levels for sure. Feel like reparations should be in the form of giving money directly to people. I always thought on money in form of social programs. Amaris, there's two thoughts of that. There's two schools of thought about reparations in the U.S. There's the straight give them cash and tell them to kick rocks, or there's the you invest it in the community route. I don't see either of these going very well given our current climate. Let's just put it that way. And yeah, there's Angie right there. They'd probably be banned no matter how it was spent and divided. So basically, there's a study done recently. Not a study. I'm sorry. There was a poll. A&M, Texas A&M, and University of Michigan were involved in some of this number collecting. And one of the trends that they found was that upwards of 40% of workers are thinking about quitting their jobs in the U.S. They didn't study beyond that. But basically what they found was that after having a year to reconsider work-life balance, career paths, that sort of thing, as things open up, more and more people are giving their 2 weeks notice. It's maniac. I'm one of them. Yeah. It is happening. There's a lot of people leaving some of these dead end jobs and just saying, fuck it. Like, what do I have to lose?
I'm worried my job might be dead end, and I have to do that too.
Again, Chutoy, I would tell you, you're looking at two stratified groups that you would have to isolate. If you're talking about the general milieu, then yeah, it probably has an impact. It doesn't have an impact at the highest levels. It just doesn't. There's no way, shape, or form that the think tanks, that the lobbyists, that the corporations, that the political and capitalist class, the oligarchy of our country is giving in to those sorts of things. I saw a violent crime on the news. Violent crime must be on the rise. That's not happening at those highest levels. That's your grandmother shit. Right? And I'm sure it does. I'm certain that it informs a huge, because Americans think violent crime is on the rise constantly. That's a large portion of why the 1033 program was implemented. It's a huge reason as to the how and why the political class in this country managed to manipulate the people into the militarization of the police programs and those sorts of things. Even though violent crime has been on the decline ever, like since like the 80s at this point, or late 80s, early 90s, either way. So those perceptions definitely are being utilized to manipulate the populace intentionally. But yeah, in those highest orders in the academic, in the think tank, in the political and capital classes of this country, for sure it's not a thing. It's just not a thing. They have levels of expertise and studies and, like I said, actual think tanks that they can rely upon for more reliable data than just, I fucking saw it on the news last night. I mean, of course, you always have those outliers like idiot Trump and shit like that who's watching Fox News and, well, I saw it on Fox News. But for the most part, the dastardly ones, the down and dirty ones, yeah, no, they're getting their numbers and their playbook from solid data, not just, oh shit, reactionary stuff. Leaving the job, I don't get unemployment. That's fair. Dace, look, it's possible to get fired from a job. You don't have to quit. You can always get fired. There's lots of ways to get fired that unemployment still kicks in. Just saying. Ways to do it. But Tucker Carlson told me these dirty people overrun the U.S. Yes, that's definitely how that works. Interesting. I'm going to have to read that after a bit. What about China reparations to the U.S. for COVID? That would happen before we paid reparations to the black community in the U.S. Yeah. I actually do believe that. I'm not fucking just being smarmy and memey. Right? Like, I actually do believe that. The U.S. could milk reparations out of China long before that we would pay reparations to the black community in the U.S. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you're trying to get fired from a state job. Ooh, you got one of them government gigs, Dace. Yeah, those are really difficult to get fired from. Like, infamously difficult to get fired from. Yeah. Good luck with that one, my man. Good luck with that one. Why would he lie to us? He's just a guy like us. Yes, exactly. Tucker Swanson Carlson, heir to the Swanson frozen food fortune. It's just like us. I just quit and moved. Nice. Good on you, Dace. Yeah, of course, they definitely don't want to pay unemployment. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Emrys. You don't get unemployment if you quit. That's not how that shit works. If you get fired, and if you get fired for certain reasons, you also don't get it. If you quit, yeah, you don't get unemployment. I waited my dude out. The last actual job I held was as a field technician before I started my consultancy here in Vegas. I was a field technician for a local company, and the guy was notorious. He would not fire people. He just stopped giving you calls and like make you quit, so he didn't have to, so the unemployment. He was just a prick. He was just a prick about it. And so I was in a more comfortable position. And so I could wait him out. And so despite not giving me calls, I was still a drain on the books to one extent or another. So just keeping me around was costing him money. And so I just waited him out. And eventually he called me one day and said, I'm going to have to let you go. Oh, cool. All right. I'm going to collect unemployment now. But yeah, that is very much a thing here in the US. It's bullshit, but it's very much a thing. Oh, nobody has human rights to start with, Chutoits. Oh, look, I don't want to sound like an ML, but we did make them up. And depending on what part of the world you live in and how you are perceived to be by your government dictates whether you will get them or not. They're not actual things. Like it's just a construct. It's just a social construct we came up with, and governments waive them all the time. It's a nice idea. I like it. I like it as an idea, but the U.S. extrajudicially assassinates its own citizens. I mean, Obama did it to a dude and his kid, right? Like, human rights don't mean a whole lot when the government wants your ass. That's what I kind of noticed over the years. Yeah, Jefferson was all about rights while having slaves. So yeah, it's it's a nice idea. I like it. It's a nice idea, but so is anarchism. Anarchism's a great idea, but we're not ready for it at a huge level, right? Like on an international level, we're not ready for it. We're just not. There's so much stuff we're not ready for as human beings. We're just a baby of a species. We're primitive at most, despite all of our fancy gadgets and doodads and widgets. We're very much still having some growing pains, as it were. Vast understatement of the night. So yeah, it works at the local. It works at the small and medium levels, but we're not ready for the large scale. Just like we're not really ready for the concept of, global human rights yet. We're not there. Maybe one day, but not in my lifetime. I'm just a torchbearer. That's all. I'm happy being it. I'm just a torchbearer. I'm here to teach you some of these techniques, give you the lens of analysis that is anarchism, send you on your way. Use it in your communities. Use it to set up fucking, co-ops and food grows and free libraries and health clinics and varieties of mutual aid organizations, right? I'm here to pass the tools on. But I have no revolutionary aspirations. I have no delusions of grandeur because I've been on this planet for a little too long at this point, and I know what's up. I'm not some goofball LARPing delusionary Bay Area attorney who's going to go on ML rants about how the Chinese government is the pinnacle of people's woke revolutionary propaganda bullshit nonsense. Insert random insults here, right? Hey, tankies. Dace, that sounds about right. Dace. Human rights legislation is human legwork, but there are many details where it didn't function properly. It's like saying cars and effective at transportation because it breaks down. It's a very technological view of morality. Chutoy, I would argue that the vehicle that you attempted to construct, or we attempted to construct in the terms of human rights legislation, turned out not to be a car, but, you know, a treehouse. Right? Like, it wasn't the thing we attempted to build. It was never really intended to be used that way, and those that did the construction were looking for something else entirely. Yeah, but maybe I'm just sort of cynical and pessimistic tonight. Who knows? Torchbearer should be on the bingo card too. I can make that happen. I can make that happen. Add more. Done.
Arena Kai derailed chat for Fate Talk.
Yeah, that won't be regular enough for fucking bingo usage. Chutoy, I would much rather have them than not. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'd very much rather have the tree fort than not have the tree fort. But I think it'd be great if we could actually get around to building that car we were talking about building. That also would be great too. I'm gonna nod and pretend I understand that reference, Chutoy. I'm not a Tolkien guy. I don't do high fantasy. I've never been into it. I didn't read Lord of the Rings, let alone something like the Silmarillion. And I saw the first Lord of the Rings movie in the theater back in the day, and I gotta tell you, it's not my property. Let's just put it that way. It's not my IP. But thank you for because I mean, he was, Uruk-hai was a torchbearer in Lord of the Rings, and he was a complete success. Just saying, thank you for the words of encouragement. I'll take it in the context that it's intended to be, in the spirit that is intended to be. Chutoy, I literally created a form or an allegory for my form of incrementalism. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a revolutionary. I don't think it would work in the modern context. I don't think it would work in the U.S. God help you if you try to actually have a revolution or an insurrection in the U.S. Are you kidding me? Do you have an Apache attack helicopter? How about an Abrams tank? You got any Predator drones? No? Then shut the fuck up. It's going nowhere. Right? It's an absurd idea in the modern context, especially when discussing political U.S. domestic politics. For sure. Do you think technological society as we know it could have come to be if anarchy or even socialism replaced capitalism? Yes. Dace, my evidence is the internet itself. The majority of the technologies that create the foundation for the internet as you've come to understand it and use it are open source technologies. They operate in and under things such as the MIT or the Open or the BSD or the Open GNU or the Creative Commons license sets. It's essentially communism at a technological level. It is the community creating with no expectation of ownership nor any expectation of profit attached to the creation and work done therein. And yet it was created. The very foundations of the technology that run the Amazon web servers are open source technologies. Microsoft uses a shit ton of open source technologies and code base for Windows, let alone Azure, as well as other versions of their other variations of their product base. Right? It's just the way it is. The vast majority of the online technological base is open source, which is very close, very akin to those sort of communalistic, anarchistic, decentralized, distributed, organized, yet merely collaborative methodologies. So you need a tank? Pickup only. Viva. German's got the tank. Doom Nukem, I agree. Emma Goldman would have my head for suggesting this as an anarchist, but I've often said that Emma Goldman and I would argue like cats and dogs. I love her to death. I'd like to think she might love me to death as well, but I know she and I would argue like cats and dogs because I agree. Down ticket voting, it's how we refer to it in the US, such as small local elections, you have huge impacts in your community. And to ignore those, even as an anarchist, even as somebody who finds the ethical and moral implications of the state to be horrendous and distasteful, to ignore that is to ignore harm reduction. It's to ignore people sleeping rough in the streets. It's ignoring starving children who are, single mothers, marginalized communities. It's the stupidest thing you can do. This last election cycle, what the state of Nevada has managed to accomplish within the last year is putting everybody else to shame. And we did it all with down ticket voting in our state. The federal government's fucking useless, but you know what we did here? We enshrined constitutionally the right to same-sex marriage, which means using the the federal constitutional interstate compact clauses, means that even if the Supreme Court re-rules on same-sex marriage and allows the states to decide for themselves, if Alabama makes same-sex marriage illegal, you can come to Nevada, get a same-sex marriage. You can get a marriage license here and go back to Alabama, and they're federally required to recognize your marriage certificate, your marriage license. There's no way around that. They're required to by the federal Constitution. We have a public option that's being rolled out for our healthcare to compete directly with private insurance companies. We have legalized cannabis here. We have legalized prostitution here. We have, honestly, down ticket voting can get a lot of fucking shit done. You just have to have your eye on the ball. You have to keep your eye on the ball, and you have to keep your eye on the fucking prize too, because you can't get dissuaded into avenues that are dead end, that may not lead to where you want them to go. So you have to have sort of multi-stage processes or thinking involved in these processes. Can you have incrementalists in a post-left system? I thought it was more radical, and one of the point was how current activism doesn't really work and has been normalized. Yes, you can. Yes, some of it says that, Amorous. Yeah, but you can. Do not a lot of those technologies come to be due to a capitalist military state? No. There's arguments that some of them may have dates, but vast majority of them, no. Not at all. Does the internet exist without world wars? Yes, it does. It does. The mathematical and computational foundations that are for modern computing were done outside of the world wars. I know everybody's familiar with, but Babbage's computing machines and these sorts of things, were outside of. So yeah. Leftists get annoyingly long robot back ads. Interesting. No, we do not. Oangelo. No, we don't. The only thing we can do as streamers is backload them. So we can take them from the pre-roll into mid-roll, and then it just airs them randomly and multiple times. So it's more advantageous for a streamer to do a pre-roll ad and just get it out of the way, and for you to never have to see ads again. What's the deal with the Democratic Socialists being elected that caused the Nevada Democrats to quit? Are they going to be around for a while? No, they're probably not going to be around for a while, Cupcake, to be perfectly honest, but they'll be around. But honestly, I think it'll probably be retaken within the next few years. Yeah. It was so petty. It was such a little bitch move that the Democrats did when the Dem Sox got elected. They literally cleaned out the offices and cleaned out the budget. Perfectly legal what they did, but it was such a little bitch move. It was hilarious. I forget how much they took. 100 and some odd thousand. It was six figures. It was six figures that they walked out with. Cupcake, the DSA isn't popular. Okay, so when we're talking about voting in Nevada, you have to understand we're only talking about Las Vegas. The rest of this state just gets drug along with whatever Vegas wants to do. We are this state for all intents and purposes. I haven't seen it yet, Doom. I haven't seen it yet. The DSA has done a bunch of stuff in Vegas that is seen as useless, ineffectual, wasteful. So yeah, I'll be generous and I'll say there's mixed feelings about the DSA in Las Vegas. The TIMF. What's your take on Biden as a foreigner looking outside in? I can't see him serving full term. I don't know yet, actually. I don't know if he'll make it. Isn't Reno in Nevada too? It is. And they have basically nothing for a voting populace. Tesla tunnel useless level stuff? Yes, basically. Yeah. The example that I like to give the most, because as an anarchist, I wish they had consulted me. Like, legitimately, I wish the DSA had come to me and asked, hey, Kai, is this a good idea? So I could have told them no and saved us all some money and effort. They spent something like $12,000 or $15,000 building some housing for the homeless community here in Las Vegas, right? Didn't own the land, didn't get any permits, just built some housing. Okay, this is Vegas. Metropolitan Police Force of Las Vegas and the city council let them build it. And when they were done, they rolled in a couple of days later with bulldozers and bulldozed the entire encampment. All right? There's thousands of dollars worth of donations and resources. There's hundreds of man hours down the drain basically in an instant, because nobody in the Las Vegas DSA chapter thought to themselves for a moment, hey, what happens when you build an illegal encampment? This is the level of ineffective nature of the DSA in Las Vegas that I'm talking about. This is why we have sort of a mixed feeling for them. It's because they do shit like this from time to time, and then the rest of us sit back and go, what do you think was gonna happen? Like, why did you get some fucking trailers? Get some vans. Get anything. Go buy a piece of small plot land on the outskirts of town with that money. Any fucking thing. Other than building an illegal fucking encampment in city limits proper. Like, what'd you think was gonna happen? Come on. And then you see stuff like, yeah, exactly, Doom. Like, yeah, there's a nice project of a movable trailer for homeless people. Like, this is sort of what we're dealing with, all right? So, we have mixed feelings about them. Let's just put it that way. For sure. 1 sec here. There we go. All right. It just... And then go ahead and watch the... Go ahead and watch the national convention for the DSA and try not to hurt yourself while you're doing it. Because you're going to be tempted to, like, slam your head into random shit. Because it's painful to watch. It is inordinately painful to watch. They don't get anything done. They don't get anything done. And meanwhile, there's groups like Food Not Bombs and the Baptist Church here in town. And when I say the Baptist Church, as far as I'm concerned, they're the only fucking Baptist church. Mad props to the pastor. She's fucking based as shit. When when Las Vegas made it illegal to feed homeless people, there were two groups out in the park feeding homeless people. Food Not Bombs, an anarchistic homeless food program, and this Baptist church led by this female pastor here in town. Both of them took one look at that bullshit law and said, arrest me, whatever. Based as fuck, right? Where was the DSA? You know, it's like that. I don't have a very good opinion of the DSA locally or at the national scale. I'd love to see an initiative to roll out domestic labor saving devices to low-income houses. Wonder how that'd work. Yeah, Doom, yeah. Yeah, a church that actually cared about fucking people. Crazy, right? I know. Making it illegal to feed the homeless is wild, criminalizing compassion. Yeah, it got overturned eventually. It took like a year and a half or something like that for us to get it overturned. Tim, we don't. We exist, but we have no representation in government. No. There's very few. I mean, you could argue that AOC is like Soc Dem, right? Bernie used to be properly left. Now he's mostly maybe being generous a Dem Soc. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, Chutoy. But that's ending. The Red Scare stuff doesn't hold sway with millennials on down. Gen X, it carries a little bit of sway. But millennials on down, the Red Scare stuff just doesn't carry. So that era is ending. It will... point of privilege. Mentioning the DSA triggers me. Yes, exactly, Viva. Fucking point of privilege. How those people get anything done at all is astounding. China's fucked, Chutoy. China's fucked. This is what a lot of people aren't talking about. A lot of people don't know this. China's fucked. China's fucked. Honestly. The next couple of decades for China are rough. I always thought a makeover for the homeless would be amazing. Get shower trucks, off-duty nurses for infectious checks, and the whole crap ton of cosmetologists to beautify the downtrodden, add in a couple of clothing suppliers, and you can humanize an entire population. It's not a terrible idea, Nefarious. Yeah, the $15 minimum wage was a great example of how things are there. Chutoy, I've got a couple of videos that you may want to watch. I'd have to find them. I don't have the link offhand. Mech monstrosity. That is a huge portion of it. The demography aspect of China is a contributing factor. Massively. There's a few issues at play. There's their economy, due to the structure of their economy, the type of investment, the type of spending that they needed to be, but they haven't successfully made the transition, the demography issues of their population, the water supply issues that they face, the lack of actual maritime access vis-a-vis the ring of of nations that actually encircle them, as well as their ruined reputation on a global scale, or the continuing ruination of their reputation on a global scale. And per our own in-community economist and finance expert, their Belts and Roads initiative isn't even aggressive enough to get them access to the resources that they're going to need to even begin to mitigate some of these consequences. China's actually really fucked. If you want a good introduction to this concept, Polymatters did a 4-part series on China. Start there. It's really good. If you want to learn more about this stuff, you can move on to somebody like Peter Zeihan. He talks about it at length. Also, these demography studies are available and in the wild. And the demography studies of China are very much not, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Yeah, Chutoy, here, let me get you, let me hook you up here. Oh, yeah. Let me put that in there. All right, so here's, which one is this? Is this Polymatters? Yeah, this is Polymatters. Let's see. And you may want, like, here's some Peter Zeihan stuff to get you started. Also, the Sustainability Forum is really interesting to watch as well, in which he speaks at. And here is another one where he talks about life after globalization to the Land Investment Expo this year. That one's current. So, plenty for you to watch, Chutoy. Enjoy. If you have questions or you want to discuss it further, you know where to find me. But yeah, the demographers agree. Basically, China's going over a fucking cliff. And they haven't really done the things necessary to contend with that. They didn't successfully make the transition to a consumer culture either. They're not very good. They don't understand what it requires to be a consumer economy. And so they're like halfway through the transition when they needed to be fully through it already. And their favored investment is real estate, which isn't even technically a consumer spending. So the water situation is so insanely fucked in China. You can't even begin to wrap your head around how badly they have shot themselves in the foot concerning their water situation. So yeah, China's
drinkable.
Not, yeah. China has a ranking system for their water that is literally it's honestly one of the most disturbing fucking things. Here, let me see if I can find it.
It starts at barely drinkable.
Yeah, it literally, it starts at like it's fucking hilarious. Let's see if I can find it. All right, looks like, nope, that's the water stress issue. Oh, if somebody can find this. I have the video, but there it is. There it is.
Water qualities.
All right, here we go. Here's the Chinese water. Here's the Chinese water quality system. Just so if you want it, this is how badly they're fucked.
System has 5 levels. Level 1 is nearly drinkable. 2 is lightly polluted but treatable. 3 can be swam or fished in. 4 can be used only for industry and never in contact with humans. And finally, level 5 is good for only one thing: irrigation. Anything worse is essentially useless. Already in 2013, over half of groundwater around Beijing was level 5 or worse.
Okay, are you following this? Are you following this? 50% of their fucking water isn't even usable.
Level
All right?
5.
Irrigation only. So when it's not even good for industrial use, they use it to water their crops with. The highest ranking for water quality in the Chinese public water system is it's almost drinkable. All right? 50% of their fucking water isn't even useful for industrial usage. It's so fucked.
Around Beijing was level 5 or worse. Just a quarter of the total could even be treated for human consumption. These days, the vast majority of groundwater is level 4 or 5, and nearly 1/5 is worse, meaning useless. Polluted drinking water presents both an economic and a human cost.
All right. China's not doing well. China's not doing well. They're not going to do well. Yeah, I know, Cupcake. Trust me, the first time I heard about that when the water is so bad it can't even be used for industrial purposes, they water their crops with it. When I saw that, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. What do the cancer rates in China look like? Between the air pollution and the water pollution and the lack of OSHA entirely, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, what's that look like? What do the cancer rates in China actually look like? It'd be amazing.
Honestly, with how quickly you are to die in an industrial accident, I doubt cancer is a high priority.
Rate of attrition, right? It's just, they die long before the cancer gets them.
Yeah.
Oh.
That escalator's gonna kill them before the fucking cancer does.
Don't worry, the factory will get them. Could Bolivia rise because of their vast lithium reserves? If the Saudis have anything to say about it, no. We just covered a study, and we have a mechanical engineer and a chemical engineer in community, and both of them fucking took a look at it, and both of them were actually impressed. We're going to need to see economics of scale on it. But basically, one of the, King Medulla Solomon something, I forget the dude's fucking name. Either way, one of the universities named after one of the kings has a team of researchers who published a study recently that showed that they had low voltage, all right, non-reverse osmosis, so non-high pressure required, using ionic action and a extraordinarily low voltage. They could get 9,000 times lithium concentrations created out of seawater. And the lithium reserves in seawater compared to what the lithium reserves in some place like Bolivia, King Abdullah University. There we go. The lithium reserves in seawater compared to something like the lithium reserves in Bolivia, it dwarfs it. So if that technology makes it to market, then who knows what that looks like in the future. Skippy, I don't think I've ever owned Nikes either. Now that I think about that. I don't think I've ever owned a pair of Nikes either. I've owned some Nike clothes over the years. I've had shorts and shit like that for sure when I was gym clothes for middle school and stuff like that. But no. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a pair of Nike shoes. No more Musk invading Bolivia. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Fucking that psychopath. Fake ass $20 Nike shoes, off brand. Fox, how the fuck were you not already in Discord? Oh, Chutoy, yeah, you're gonna want to watch the sustainability summit, the sustainability conference that Zehan gave. It's the 2020 sustainability conference for waste management. It was one of the links I gave to you. maybe the final one or second to last one. Either way, you're going to want to watch that because he talks about photovoltaics, wind, those sorts of things. He talks about some of the renewable energies. He doesn't talk about geothermal. He talks about that. There actually needs to be investment in something else that doesn't exist yet. And because solar plus wind doesn't cover our ass enough. He doesn't, he doesn't talk about nuclear because it's not the audience he's trying to pitch to, and it's not the reason he's trying to pitch to them. So nuclear doesn't really come up. I think he mentions it just as part of the like energy profile. But yeah, that's about it. Musk will invade the ocean. Mech monstrosity. I live in Las Vegas. Just saying, he said the Elon Musk Las Vegas tunnel was hilarious. Hi, my name's Kai. I'm a Las Vegas resident. I like Musk. We need innovators. Well, then you need to actually have some innovators, not Musk. Musk hasn't innovated shit in his life. Hello, Bachelor.
Always engineers and slaps his name on they create.
Yeah, oh yeah, Chutoy, trust me. I'm an environmental. I'm from Vermont, for fuck's sake, right? We're all born and bred environmentalists. It's just the way it goes in that part of the world. But I've tried to have the nuclear conversation over the years. You are correct, firmly. Like the well's been poisoned on that one. Also, a lot of that has to do with the Cold War. And the fact that we chose uranium rather than thorium, the fact that we chose uranium because it could be processed out to plutonium and thus facilitating our weapons program at the same time. It's a whole fucking thing.
I will say, I believe the radioactive discussion is also akin to the Red Scare line.
We did a lot of stuff. I agree. Yeah, it kind of is in that same camp. Let's see. Yeah, well, New Zealand doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't want to sound like a fucking imperialist cock here, but New Zealand doesn't matter. On a global scale, as far as consumption, maybe New Zealand can just be the arc. When everything else falls the fuck apart, New Zealand can just be like, did something happen? You know, but consumption levels, you know, it's production and consumption levels, it just doesn't matter. Yes, fair enough. As a hermit and a weirdo, I do have a desire to live there. Well, Nefarious, I hope you're a Chinese billionaire because... oh, wait. New Zealand finally made that illegal, didn't they? Like offshoring your real estate investments as a Chinese investor. I think they finally passed a law dealing with that, or they were supposed to. Oh. Oh, no, it actually can't. And you can look to Germany for an example of that mech monstrosity. Or maybe you're speaking for where you are. I don't know. If you're just saying we as in human beings, it actually can't. Not with our current levels of distribution and grid technology. We need a complete overhaul in that regard. But no, those numbers have been crunched. Like, it just doesn't work that way. And you can look to Germany for an example of how poorly it doesn't work. Half a trillion, I believe they invested. 500 billion. Viva, you're in chat. Wasn't that what Germany pissed away on its renewables? And then found out that it doesn't have the wind nor the sun necessary for its production. Necessary for renewable production. Yeah. So now they're using coal. And lignite coal. The dirtiest, worst, useless version of coal. Amazing. A bit more. Okay, so a little more than $500 billion. just, you know, what's a few extra billion between friends, right? Yeah, Chutoy, I agree. Nova Rainy, well, you must be new. We just actually did a rundown on why China is fucked and why they're not a superpower. Like they're not a future superpower. They're not. Yeah, we just did a whole rundown on some of these details. We can get you links to videos to catch you up to speed and stuff like that. But China being a future superpower doesn't look like it's in their cards due to a number of factors. But welcome. So my personal preference for a future superpower doesn't. I personally would like to see the Corvids or the Crows rise to power over the human beings, you know, and have a world full of bird people. I think that would be interesting.
By developing structures, they would be one of the easiest species to revert back to avian, like theropod dinosaurs and such, turn back into raptors and rule the fucking world.
Three-toed tree sloths would be able leaders, says Chutoy.
The real fear is it seems that everything eventually evolves into crab, and that's the big fear, is that the crabs will eventually take over.
Boss, I smell tankies. We piss away billions every year on BS like bridges to nowhere and streets to no one and other stuff anyway, says Viva. If not China, who's next in your opinion then? I mean, takeover of the duckies. The U.S. Yeah, Cupcake's got it. The U.S. is going to be number one for the foreseeable future, at least in terms of global hegemonic power. You're not getting.
You're going to be the only ones with it as a first world country.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it really does look that way. There's a number of geopolitical analysts. There's a number of demographers. There's a number of economists, including one in Community, who all agree with this position. And there's a lot of people coming around to it quickly. For years and years and years, we gave into this sort of fear-mongering that China is going to, usurp and surpass America and stuff like this. But the fact of the matter is that they didn't do a bunch of stuff that they needed to do. They did a bunch of stuff they shouldn't have done. And so the sort of all of these factors combined lead to the point where it doesn't look like anybody's actually going to be able to rival us anytime soon. So basically, you're kind of de facto, you're defaulting to the U.S. as a sort of global hegemony for a while, at least. European Union could maybe get its shit together a little bit and, get some stuff going. In Africa, a unified Africa doesn't look like it's in the cards in the foreseeable future, at least. There's too many fiefdoms, there's too many tin pot dictators, there's too many warring powers down there. Europe, China, Russia, the US, everybody's peeling off pieces through proxy wars and those sorts of things. So a unified Africa doesn't look like it's in the cards anytime soon. They still have basic infrastructure issues. And so, it looks like you're going to be... What you're going to be dealing with is probably a North American hegemony. You're going to be looking at Canada, the U.S., and Mexico in the foreseeable future. That's going to be the powerhouse. Mexico is going to take over a lot of the manufacturing and low-cost labor production, and they're going to import from south of their border as well as necessary. Canada is going to be a sort of import-exporting partner with the U.S., and it's going to be one of their major markets. And you're going to see Japan, the UK, Germany. It's Japan, the UK, Germany, Canada, and Mexico. These are the 5 U.S. Major trading partners moving forward. So you're going to see an axis of power centered around them. So there's that. Let me try and catch up on chat here. Doom, we need to get our shit together. EU. Yeah, good luck with that. No. There's Nova. Even if the U.S. is superpower, do you think war can still happen with China, even if they cannot be a superpower? Because of course countries can be overconfident. I think thoughts. No, China's not going to war with the U.S. Nobody's going to war with the U.S. Look, insurgents are one thing, terrorists are one thing, like, you know, that sort of thing. If you have an organized national military and you go to war with the U.S., I don't think a lot of people conceptually understand how insane the U.S. military scope and scale is. We have bases. We have hundreds of bases all over this planet. We're the only ones with super carriers, like real, true, designed from the ground up super carriers. We have 11 of them. One of those super carrier battle groups can take out the Chinese Navy. I'm not kidding you here. All right, the amount of sorties that we can launch from a carrier group alone can shut down all of the major canals and shipping lanes in the globe. One sortie to the Gulf of Oman, done. That's just shut down. Utilizing our military partners and powers in and around the Pacific Rim, see Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Guam, and Indonesia in a pinch if we need to call in a few favors. And that's not to even mention Australia. We can shut the entire fucking Pacific Rim down if necessary and lock China in place. Russia, if you think Russia is going to be rushing to China's aid, you're dreaming. Russia would love to see China and the U.S. get into it, because that means Russia could make gains in Eastern Europe. They'd clinch that Ukrainian deal once and for all. They'd make moves. So Russia's not helping China in that situation whatsoever. That wouldn't be happening. The military might of the U.S. is terrifying in scope and scale. Nobody with a standing army is going to go to war. Plus, we're isolated. We have one of the best geographic positions on this globe for military involvement. We can project all of our force and keep it away from our shores. When you go to war with the U.S., you go to war in your country, not in ours. It just wouldn't happen.
It'd have to be Mexico or Canada to risk their entirety of their sovereignty as a country.
Yeah,
and that wouldn't be ever worth it.
No, it wouldn't be worth it to Mexico or especially Canada to ever cross that line.
No, see, that's just the issue. So. There is a general idea that Canada could annex America in the one situation, a mutually assured destruction of an American Civil War. That's not going to happen, though, from near future. Canada is losing all power it has, as pretty much all of our tax structure fucked right now, and our housing market is inflated beyond all belief, and put it simply, we don't have a generation to back up our boomers, even in the slightest.
Oh god, it's this fucking moron. Oh, I love it. Siparsky is an infrared stan. Just so everybody knows, Siparsky in chat is one of Haz's viewers. All right, comes in here and fucking stands fucking tanky infrared bullshit. I'd like to say all the time, but I mean, he does come in fucking somewhat regularly and just talks mad shit to everybody. Has lost via Godwin's Law a few times.
Let me see. Tanky's in chat. Where's the?
Oh yeah, if you've got Tanky Cringe, if you've got it on your bingo card, there you go. Feel free to go with that one.
Are you drinking a protein shake tonight?
No.
Damn.
I literally have your chat log, Siparsky. You've done huge amounts of insulting people. I've got your chat log on my screen right now. It goes back to the first time you walked into this fucking room. So, a little Western degeneracy would do you some good. You could use some Western degeneracy, some like anime cat boy twink shit. Maybe get some of that pent up frustration out of you. I need to adjust this. Let me get my overlays. Is this chat box or video chat?
So you came in, you blasted an endless amount of emotes. You literally told somebody to not suffocate. You're growing up incorrect. Everybody's default end.
God, the word cuck has just lost all meaning.
9A. All right. It is 9A. I'm going to do a little reset here. There we go. Pull this in from the side. Save. All right. That would have cleared. Chat just disappeared on your screen. Don't worry. Nothing has, broken or gone terribly wrong. I'm just playing around with some stuff.
I'm going to allow that.
There we go.
You got cussed, I let the cuss get shown to
Oh,
everybody.
yeah, that's fine.
We know who we're going to
Hey, look, they fucking, I love it. I love it. All right. Yeah, oh yeah, Chutoy. The fucking tankies have no, they have no context. They have no, okay, so here's the thing. Tankies don't understand theory. They don't understand history. They don't understand contemporary geopolitics. They put no effort into learning their shit. All they really do is, I think they basically take a history book and tear out all of the stuff they don't like and then just, read the rest of it and masturbate for a while. But, hey, who's got time to talk about Holodomor or, Kronstadt or the anarchist club in Moscow that Lenin had artillery shelled and then machine gunned the anarchists in the streets, or Mao's purges, or all the indigenous communities that were eradicated by their various fucking groups. Oh, hey, hang on. Copy image address. We just did this one on screen the other day. Fun times. Here is a man who's about to be. Here's the public execution under Mao's during the Cultural Revolution under Mao. He's committed crimes for feudal remnants and sodomy hooliganism, and this photo was taken right prior to his public execution. So those super progressive tankies, the ones that like to throw gay people off of buildings and chop people's heads off for being Western deviants and degenerates. Yes. Some of my favorite people.
I've got a question. Did Stalin ever propose his own philosophy, or
no? Stalin didn't. Stalin
simply.
Yeah.
No, they're just invoking his actions and his means. So if that's the case, you don't believe in higher thinking. No, simply put, you don't actually believe in educated people. Then.
No, of course they.
Under his authority, executed nearly every doctor and engineer that had anything to say he didn't like, and he didn't like a lot of things.
Hey, Godwin's Law. Sikorsky always loses by Godwin's Law. If you check their chat log, they always lose by Godwin's Law. It's one of Sikorsky's favorite things to invoke, is either Hitler or Nazis or those sorts of things. Yeah, and tankies are some of the most violent fucking people. By the way, this is why, as an anarchist, I can tell you the history of actual Reds. They always turn on you. They always turn on you, 100%. Like, you turn your back for 3 fucking seconds and they put a bullet in your skull. You cannot trust them whatsoever. And you can notice this even in their online rhetoric, even with these fucking LARPers who just need to go out and touch grass a little bit. Who they don't know anything about direct action or activism. That's the basically purview of anarchists. All of their rhetoric is violent. It's always violent. That's their immediate go-to, is to threaten you, is to say that you should be raped, that you should be killed, that there's nothing wrong with executing homosexuals. They're terrible people by and large. It's absolutely astounding. And we have tons of chat logs. We have tons of DMs and whispers and documented on the community and behind the scenes as well. Of just these violent claims. And why do you think Haz gets fucking banned and suspended all the fuck time? Because he goes on streams and talks about how he literally screams about how the only thing that that liberals understand is violence, and that's why we have to be violent towards you. You brought this upon yourselves and shit like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. They're just, that's the only thing they have in their arsenal is authoritarianism. That's the only thing they have is authoritarianism. They don't have good arguments. They don't have actual rhetoric. They don't have any sort of, dialectics. No, they don't understand Hegelian dialectics, right? Like, they don't even understand Marxian dialectics, let alone the Hegelian dialectics that underpins it, right? How about Platonic dialectics? Because Hegelian dialectics relies heavily upon Platonic dialectics. Have you studied Platonic dialectics? Probably not. Have you actually sat down and read Marx even? Fuck. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous dealing with tankies. And they're such a ineffective group. This is how ineffective tankies are. They couldn't even take over a subreddit. I'm not joking. Tankies tried to literally take over the Tanky Jerk subreddit, and they could only hang on to it for 2 fucking days. All right, this is how bad at revolutions tankies actually are. Is they couldn't coup a fucking subreddit for more than 2 days. That is the most pathetic thing I may have ever actually heard. Oh, of course, Hide Maya rage quit and blocked. You never made it past chapter 3. Hey, hang on. Hey, Siparsky, I got a book for you. I know you've never read it, but if you want me to send it to you, I'll send it to you. Here's Das Kapital. Just, so maybe you could actually read what the fuck you're standing all the time. So, it's a bit of a read. Also,
that's a screenshot that's going to get taken out of context one of these days.
Yeah, fuck it. I don't care. If you don't have a copy, I mean, Jesus Christ. Tankies can't read. Yeah, it's super fine print and it's double columned, so you're gonna have to work for it. But I'm totally willing. I'll just get a different copy. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Oh, Casual. We know how they feel about Jews.
Casual, that is a dangerous question to ask.
We know. Come on. Look at what Stalin did to the Jews. The first thing he does is fucking think that there's a conspiracy of Jewish doctors out to get him. So he starts assassinating them. And he purges them so effectively that when it comes time to actually get a doctor, he gets fucked. There's no more competent doctors left, and the ones that may be competent are so fucking terrified of him that nobody actually wants to treat him because he's fucking holier than thou. God help you if you actually touch him or suggest that Stalin has something wrong with him that needs fixing. So this dumb motherfucker dies in his bed, and his vanguards basically take over. And fast forward a couple of years, and you have McDonald's and Ronald Reagan in Soviet Russia. It's hilarious. Just like Deng in China, right? Mao himself, by the way, said about Deng that he couldn't be trusted and that he was working for the forces of capitalism or represented the forces of capitalism, something along those lines. And yet you've got fucking Tanky standing Dengism now as well. They don't understand their own philosophies. They don't understand their own shit. Lenin himself said socialism is nothing more than state capitalism. All right? Give it up. It failed. Yeah, Lenin, comrade. Bachla. As in, yes. Vladimir. Lenin. That. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got a caboose misspelling, too, if you've got that on your bingo card. You know what? I
thought being in voice would prevent the misspellings.
You know what? I think I can declare a bingo as well.
You're welcome.
Well, no, it wasn't the caboose one. What got it was we're all dumber for what you just said. I think this qualifies. Nefarious. Neon, that was a Cappy. Cappy is the channel mascot. You can see Cappy back here as well. Nefarious, what are you after? You after airtime? Or you just want everybody to back off this idiot? Hey, Caboose got a fucking bingo. Posting the card like a.
Oh shit! Caboose just got me a bingo too.
Oh, Karina got a bingo too. Suparsky, you haven't been polite since the moment one you walked in this fucking room. All right. No. You literally, the second thing that you said to me was a glib comment about me suffocating. All right. Let's see. Let's just go down. Idiot, brain dead. I'll give you dishonest at least. That's not straight. Straight insult. Gusanos, of course, you rolled out one of the favorite ethnic slurs of Tankies, rolled out Gusano as well. While talking about Ukrainians, you called Ukrainians Gusanos, which is a special level of dumbassery, I might add. Libcuck, let's see. Genocide denial, of course, always a good look. Let's see. Again, calling somebody a fucking idiot. Told them to fuck off, idiot. You told somebody that your dad would kick their ass and then called them a degenerate. Always a good look, too, by the way, that's definitely the thing mature adults do, is say my dad would kick your ass. You then called somebody else a fucking idiot. Fuck off, brain dead loser. Yeah. So I'm just saying, that whole try not to play too much victim. Every time something is a massive clusterfuck, I will call it a Suparsky. Actually, I didn't time you out. Hide Maya 199. I didn't time you out. And now cry more brain dead libcucks in all capitals. Yeah.
Again, you're just wasting the word. You're not giving it any. In fact, you're just degrading it for any future use.
So
very polite.
Do we want to talk about the time that Stalin cut a deal with the Nazis? Or how about the time that Stalin cut a deal with fascists? Or how about the time that Mao purged workers? How about the time that the rural versus urban citizenship form requirement demands for China that was instituted by Mao, fast forward a few years, resulted in the alienation and undermining of the rural farmlands in China, forcing an urban center that Deng then took advantage of and transformed into just nothing more than neoliberal capitalism. How about we talk about? Everyone. Hey Joe. How about we talk about the time that Lenin ordered the execution of workers? How about we talk about the time that Stalin eradicated indigenous populations? How about we talk about all of the rampant homophobia spread throughout that entire philosophy?
Real quick, some housekeeping. Siparsky, you just got timed out because somebody spent 30,000 general points.
How about we talk about the fact that, let's talk about the fact that Stalin was a pedophile and was one of those Western degenerates too. He seemed to be a bisexual in addition to a kitty diddler, right? He liked them both male and female and liked them a little bit young. See, that Western degeneracy seems to cut deep in those parts. Yeah.
Hidema, like, however the fuck I say your name, like, at least be a little creative with your inputs. Like, this is just boring.
Neon, Proudly Radical is going to be getting edited out of some photos. See, Hyde Maya or Hidema or whatever the fuck your name is, you notice you're the one yelling. You notice you're the one losing your fucking cool. You notice you're the one losing your shit, and I'm the one giggling like a schoolgirl. One of us is in the more powerful position right now. And let's see, if my Foucault is current, and I think it is, I think my analysis of the power dynamics involved here would probably state that I'm your daddy. So, run along.
Yeah, check shared content real quick. Cupcake posted something.
Oh, are they behind the scenes? Yes. Of course they're fucking sending DMs threatening
Oh,
and Hidema, you got timed out earlier by me because you were because you said to violence and some very violent shit. You said good, yeah, more of that. You know that's why you got timed out. Just some TOS shit, and also don't like to see that time you out anyway.
You and I would have punched your... If you or I would have punched your face and turn it into pulp.
Yeah, that's bad.
Wow.
Second.
That's not even
that is the second threat of violence.
Yeah, that's the second one.
That's not even as bad as my grammar.
Me, Trey, Kai quoting postmodernists. Swoon. Yes. Tankies are adorable. This is a sentence? Yeah, boss. Not really. No. Not in the strictest sense. No. It's I mean, I suppose if we were being generous and, you know, go out on a limb and make an assumption that whoever that person was, that they're not a native English speaker, maybe it's a sentence. But if they grew up in an English speaking country, well, somebody let them down.
I'm going to be 100. That just read as angry typing to me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, tankies are usually just angry people. They're angry. Every time we've encountered tankies on this channel, honestly, 95% of the time that a tanky comes to this channel, somebody gets a death threat in their DMs.
You know what? Ironically, the tanky that lives here in my student dorm is the most chill dude here, but he's an ironic tanky.
Fertus is getting them as well.
And he will actually straight up make like jokes about Jews and whatever. He's just like he plays that stereotype that we're describing really well for comedy.
Timph, they're lovely people. They're just adorable human beings. they most assuredly aren't completely irrelevant, and due to the societal alienation and irrelevancy that they feel on a daily basis, it definitely doesn't cause them to lash out aggressively towards their surroundings and anybody they come into contact with. I'm sure nothing going on within a Tanky's brain would be 100% diagnosable under the DSM-5. For sure, they're completely well-adjusted human beings who have a functional day-to-day life. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
You know, at this rate, I don't think I can call myself a full member of Proudly Radical without getting some, until I get harassed in IMs by a Tinky or a Chud.
The fact that you haven't gotten a death threat in your whispers yet, yeah, you're really not a regular yet. You haven't quite cleared the hurdle. Death threats in your whispers from Tankies is sort of a rite of passage for a lot of our members at this point.
Hedima, you still watching? Q-Boost version 2. Come on, man. Let's make it official.
Oh, they are. That's the truth. Casual. Tankies are wild because not even the neo-Nazi trolls are this aggressive. For real, the last actual fucking Nazi we had on this channel come through was polite and literally asked for channel recommendations for any National Socialist channels or streamers on Twitch. I'm not shitting you. They were polite, they were considerate, and they asked the community for recommendations for neo-Nazi streamers.
Amazing.
Yeah, fucking amazing. Like, when the neo-Nazis are better behaved than the Tankies, it's time to take stock of who you're hanging out with, what's wrong with your ideology, maybe what went wrong in your life, that sort of thing.
In my experience, the neo-Nazis don't get very belligerent until you start to get them into a one-on-one debate. Then they go fucking crazy.
Chew toy, all I can think of is Goebbels riding an inflatable banana in a hot tub rocking his bikini. Oh, Fox, good on you on that one. Neon, not a true anarchist till you've gotten at least one death threat, to be fair. True.
Yeah, that feels kind of on point.
Oh my god, I got one while I was typing to him.
Hey! Karina making moves.
Your mom was too dumb for having aborted you when she was raped. Hope you died.
Oh, it's copy pasta.
Shit, bootlicker.
Yeah. It's copy pasta. Yeah, he sent that one to Fertus already.
Oh, what
Why don't they ever send one to me? I feel left out.
I don't know, Joe.
I feel like if he's just gonna copy and paste, it doesn't count.
Premarital is fucking catnip to these idiots. Premarital Handholder, who is one of our Argentinian contingent, she gets the fucking messages. Like, they send her blocks of text and shit. Like, I don't know what she does to them in chat, but she's catnip to these idiots. Hey, Scolaru.
Talented wordsmith. She's really good at creating provocative, statements.
Oh, the Maniac. Oh my god, I just had to check. The last Tanky DM threat I got was from the same Hidemea fucking 199. Must have been from a previous visit here. Yeah, Premarital is fucking amazing at it. Chutoy. Premarital used to work as a sex worker and a dom to boot. And so premarital, and she has a PhD in English studies, in English language and literature studies. She has a way with language, and she has a way with treating them in a specific manner that really gets under their skin. She's really good at it. Yeah.
I need to learn this skill.
And Zealot just sent me a DM from behind the scenes as well.
How do I look at my whispers as an entire page?
This is Zealot. This is great. This is great, Zealot. He sent Hideyama sent the same copy pasta. Your mom was too dumb for haven't aborted you when she was raped. Hope you die of hunger on the street, dipshit bootlicker. This is the copy pasta that this idiot is sending. And Zealot said, no, like this. You are the type to stare at an orange juice box because it says concentrate. See? That is funny. And Hideyama replies back with all capitals, of course, because they're always yelling. You're a complete crybaby prick, you useless sack of piss. And Zealot said, just putting slanderous words together does not make a statement harmful. You're a delightful paradox in which you are the biggest dick with the smallest penis. See, that's how you do it.
The biggest dick with the smallest penis. That's a good one.
Solid work there, Zealot. Solid fucking work. Fucking Karina. Yep. That's copy pasta too. Freezing gulag, you reactionary shithead. Bad is your dipshit brain. Yuri. So dumb and retarded. You are the dumbest moron on earth, dickhead. Chauvinist, dipshit, cancer. Stalin is a million times better than you, cuck. Yes, I also find grammar and vocabulary, spelling, grammar, these sorts of things, not the strongest suit of tankies. They tend to be...
Troll farms are not at a good point. I gotta improve.
I know, right?
How do I put it? One is often not good at grammar when they lack the capability to cognitively read.
I love that. I've received your message, Hideyama. Tell proudly cuck when I saw it in the street, he will bleed like a fountain.
Technically, you could call some agency and have that checked out.
I mean, I could literally just call a relative and be like, hey, could you forward this up the fucking tree? But I don't take pathetic little online losers raving in all caps about their niche ideology that has collapsed multiple nations and is nothing more than a footnote within the Western sphere of influence very seriously. Maniac. Okay, so Maniac shared yours as well. So same copy pasta. Mom, aborted, rape, that sort of stuff. You're a complete crybaby prick, you useless sack of piss. Not a chud idiot. Burn in lager, stupid fuck. Freezing gulag, you reactionary shithead, bad, blah, 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 cancer, blah, blah, blah. Maniac replies back, you're so cute, with a heart emoji. And then Hideyama, of course, sends the obligatory kill yourself. Sent it to Mitre as well. Lovely.
I could go for a lager right about now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Kaiser. It's okay. I'm doing just fine. If this idiot ran up on me on the street. Oh, sweetheart, boo-boo. It would not go well. It would not go well.
What do you think he meant by burning lager?
I don't know. I guess.
Probably on a phone and the autocorrect's just going mad because they're just madly just smashing the screen. That might be it.
Cupcake. My DMs are open. Maniac's gonna ask. As somebody with dyslexia, I often forgive the awful spelling and language, but they're not even making sense aside from that. Yeah, Ramsey, I would forgive it. I would forgive it for you in an instant, of course. I would forgive anybody with dyslexia that, unless you're a horrible, horrible person who goes around telling people that they're worthless and that they should kill themselves. In that case, you don't really get the sort of allocated sympathies that other people would otherwise be granted. Lager is camp in German. There you go.
Oh, why didn't I? I didn't. I did. My brain didn't even.
Wow, you mean there's a beer camp in Germany?
Nice.
Ah, yeah, I want to go to the beer camp. Sounds good.
And Cupcake trying to solicit DMs from Hideyama. Did we? Oh, yeah, we banned the other idiot. I was like, where's the other one? Is he coming off of timeout? But no, he got banned because he fucking started making death threats and shit like that. By the way, the other idiot is also banned as well, right? But they're still here just hate watching.
Yeah.
For twos, can I burn in stout?
Can I burn in stout? Nice.
Oh, no. It looks like Joe just timed him out. So Saparsky is...
somebody spend channel points.
Yeah, Saparsky's technically just banned. It's Hideyama that's behind the scenes sending all the death threats and shit.
And Hideyama got banned by, I think, well, Saparsky or Hideyama, I don't know which one again, got banned by Karina for the threats of violence. Rightfully so.
Yeah.
No one's noticed my name change at Discord, and honestly, I'm disappointed.
The
cuck booze. Yes. So that's our dunking on Tanky session. It's everybody.
Have you guys heard that one? I was when I was in school and I had problems with concentration. My teacher told me maybe I should go to the concentration camp and work on my concentration.
Oh, Jesus. Let's see. I'm going through fucking Saparsky's chat log here. He claims multiple times over multiple days that, no, I didn't insult your chat. Your chat was toxic to me. And then you scroll through his chat log and you're just like, holy shit, dude. Like this classic victim complex territory.
It also kind of works if you don't fight it.
Yeah.
And if you don't get caught up by that and don't really read the logs. Might work in some more unorganized.
I've already done the misspell.
Yeah, Maniac got blocked. Yeah, Ramsey, that is true.
That actually did really happen. It's just a dumb joke that we made. This is just a dumb joke back from back in the day.
Hello, Raphael. I'm okay. I'm okay. We just had a little bit. We had a couple of Galaxy Brain tankies swing on through, and so we had a good old fashioned dunk on the idiot session. Yeah, that was definitely good.
Hey, Ramsey.
Oh, and he did. He called Zella degenerate. Fucking. Oh wait. We actually have. Nope. It's not plural. There we go. It was the degen command. Just FYI, anytime anybody calls you like a Western degenerate or that sort of thing, tankies are especially notorious for this. So are the. Let's face it, tankies are just red fascists at the end of the day. So, since both permanent war and heroism are difficult games to play, the fascist transfers their willpower, their will to power to sexual matters. This is the origin of machismo, which implies both disdain for women and intolerance and condemnation for what they see as non-standard sexual habits, from chastity to homosexuality and beyond. This is just a part of fascism that you have to understand. When they start railing about degeneracy and shit like that, it's literally just a component of fascism. So keep that in mind the next time you interact with one of these idiots.
I'm really having problems keeping them apart, honestly.
Yeah.
Telling them apart.
It's because it's the fucking The Office meme at this point. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. They're the same. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're special. Let's see.
I still haven't gotten my Hideyama Whisper, and I'm just really disappointed.
Yeah, Siparsky blocked Zealot because they're a limp-dicked little cuck. So Zealot said, so show me what you got. Siparsky said, no, you're not serious people. Zealot said, oh shit, you didn't even try. I guess the spirit broke before the body. Stop trolling, dipshit. Blocked. And then Zealot said, laugh my ass off back, and Siparsky blocked Zealot. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. They're
little bitch.
Yeah, they're classic bullies. They will come in and they will tell you that you're just terrible, and that you are a dipshit cancer bitch. I'm literally quoting that, by the way. That's literally out of Siparsky's chat log. Fuck off, you dipshit cancer bitch. All right, like they will say shit like this, and the instant you start dunking on them, they block you and run off. Yeah, it's
such weak stuff. Such hurt, pathetic egos. It's.
I don't know, I kind of think dipshit cancer bitch is kind of creative.
I mean, it's better than most of the shit this idiot comes up with half the time.
It's more creative than just saying cuck over and over again.
Yeah.
I think we should do like a PSA where we explain to them like, hey, buddy, babe, if you do that, we don't think you're strong. You're really transparent, and we all think you're fucking weak if you do this shit. It's not working to your advantage.
So. And then they threaten violence in chat so they can blame their cowardice on us, knowing we have to ban them for threats. Exactly, Mitre. Exactly.
Yeah, good old game.
This is little dick energy if there ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on. I have known way tougher, just fabulous little fairy gays over the years, right? Just the twinkiest and flamboyant of gay boys, just fabulous beyond belief. And they are orders of magnitude, leagues tougher than these whiny little bitches. All right. So it's like, oh, you pathetic, weak Western degenerates and shit like that. It's like, oh, sit down, sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
Holy moly. Thank you for the hydrate. Chew toy. Little dick.
I was messaging them and it wouldn't go through. I think they blocked me like a pussy.
Oh, chew toy. Lil dick energy is different than different than having a little dick. Somebody can have a humbly sized penis and still be emanating massive dick energy. All right, just big old dick energy, right? Big dick energy and small dick energy or little dick energy are different than actual penis size.
Yo, what up? It's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Yep.
Look, it ain't gonna go deep, but your life is gonna be complete.
Yeah. Oh yeah, plenty of women got big dick energy. Yep. You don't even have to have a dick to have big dick energy.
It's not the dick that's on you that counts. It's the dick inside of you.
Exactly. I was about to tag it. The
phrasing was intentional.
I was about to tag on it and saying, that's why I have huge dick energy. No. Yeah. I'm average dick energy, says Comrade Botchla. Oh, holy moly, just whispered you, Zealot. Oh, interesting. Same person? Yeah, because the holy moly 1990 would be, Hideyama 199. I mean, it seems to be within the ballpark. Yeah.
I think we're back to copy pastas. I actually had them talking for a bit. I think they got reported and their account got blocked. They're back.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, they're making fucking shit tons of death threats in people's whispers and stuff. Of course they fucking...
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's the same fucking thing.
Copy pasta right off the bat.
By the way, if I had to guess, this copy pasta is coming off of Haz's Discord server.
Probably.
Yeah. That place is goddamn toxic. It's like a fucking Russian nuclear facility up in there. It is ridiculous degrees of toxicity. Yeah. Hey, Comrade Bachelor, welcome to the fucking club then. Welp, I just received an all caps message from them. Comrade, don't bother whoever just messaged me. Yes, holy moly, 1990. Such an eloquent fellow.
What you gotta do if they send you an all caps message, just send Doom all caps back, and then.
I mean, you can always, if they sent you something violent or that sort of thing, you can report them. I mean, it's definitely within terms of service. You should be doing that sort of thing if they're threatening harm or telling you to harm yourself or those sorts of things. Feel free to report the account.
Yeah, definitely report it.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, pretty much, Ramsey. I miss the real Juche gang. Dude, the OG Juche gang on fucking Twitch never had a problem on this channel. He was amicable. He would say crazy shit on other people's channels, but he behaved himself here. The OG Juche, we didn't have huge problems with. I received all sorts of reports from other streamers and other channels saying like, holy shit. Yeah, we know. And feel free to report him. Feel free to do what you got to do. But on my channel, he actually behaves himself. So yeah. Yeah, Amherst, emphasis on this channel. Yes, on this channel, he behaves himself. Yeah. Zealot. But he said that he would piss on my grave, which is very welcomed. I want flowers to grow, but I'm Sicilian. I won't have a grave. I demand to be rolled up in a carpet and thrown off a bridge like my ancestors.
Yeah, honestly, we need to tell them that we all love them, that it's gonna be okay. They're not the only one. They're not alone.
I mean, I hope it's okay for them. I hope they get the help that they need.
Yeah.
I do not love them. I do wish the best for them. I would help them nonetheless, but I don't love them. No, I think that they're clowns.
Well, I have a bit of a Jesus complex, so I love them. So.
Yeah. Well, feel free. Yes, upholding tradition, as is tradition. As in tradition.
I love all my children. Okay, now I'm going too far.
Nefarious, they want you to be upset with what they say. Yeah, it's honestly, it's all copy pasta and shit. I've seen these messages. Like, these messages are supposed to be, like, inflammatory or something. Try writing something new then. Because I've seen these fucking pathetic-ass messages, like, I don't know, dozens and dozens of times now. They don't come up with anything new ever. I don't know where the tankies get all of their copy pasta, but it's all coming from the same central repository. Oh, look! They fucking centralized and planned their insults, too. Didn't they learn that shit doesn't work, whether it's your economy or whether it's your insults online? If you plan and centralize it, it kind of turns to shit. Oh, yeah.
That actually kind of makes sense.
Right? Like, it's...
Yep.
Good morning, Doomblade.
Alright, I'm going to be honest that whoever the troll is just sent me screenshots from Juche.
Nice.
Holy fuck. That was a funny thing to read. Him, like, riling himself up. And he goes on, like, a 3-paragraph rant. And then Thought Slime, who has not said anything at all in this DM, just goes, "Hi."
That sounds about right. Oh, nice, me Trey.
Even I can laugh at that. But like,
Mitre said, "I'm sorry if this hurts anybody's feelings, but socialist realist art blows." Ramsey, I wish it were. I wish that were true. I wish I didn't know where I wish I wasn't aware of a few of these factors that people have kept me apprised of behind the scenes and stuff. Unfortunately, some of them are real. They do exist. Sometimes they're even upper middle class, well-to-do white attorneys from the Bay Area. I will never stop picking on that idiot. Like you're literally like you are the bourgeoisie. Like you're the definition of the bourgeois class. Like what the fuck is wrong with you, you idiot? Never gonna understand that one.
Honestly, I mean, thanks for the content, I guess.
Yeah.
But
basically,
we spend too much time on these idiots.
Viva, and if you name yourself Central Committee, you turn to shit. Hey, Mike from PA, go fuck yourself. Just thought I'd put that out there. You grifting prick.
I have never watched a video from him, and I've only heard of him picking up in the leftist spaces, and it's slowly been one after another, people going, fuck.
Yeah. Oh no, he openly admitted he's a grifter on fucking stream. He won't advocate for any ideology or political tactics that take away from his like online channel. Right? Like, oh, if we fix stuff, I wouldn't have as many subs, so I wouldn't talk about that. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? The dude's just a straight grifter.
Like the problems would just stop coming. I think somebody fundamentally doesn't really understand reality and humanity.
That's one of their sacred cows. You can always rile them up with that shit. Karina, that's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Karina posted to shared content a message from Holy Moly 1990. Tell Kai that Bay Area 415 will kick his dumb ass.
What?
Yeah, that Bay Area 415 is the one that I was just alluding to. The upper middle class white attorney from the Bay Area who's a fucking tanky. Yeah. Bougie motherfucker. Trust me, bougie recognizes bougie. That motherfucker's bougier than I am, all right? And fucking railing about tanky shit. Oh, we're going to bring the proletariat revolution to the masses and shit like that. It's like, bitch, when are you part of the proletariat? You're literally working for the system. You're engaged in the legal system. Like, it's just insane. But I'd put that out there. You grift. Hey, Mike from PA, go fuck yourself. Just thought I'd put that out there. You grifting prick. And then I just take a drink. That's a solid clip, Doom. That's a solid clip. Good work on that one.
Is that something we say now? Like Black Hammer says land back?
Yeah, fuck Mike from PA.
Fuck you, Mike PA. Hey, my name is Joe. Fuck Mike from PA. I am here to fuck Mike from PA.
Yep, just everyone. I hope you're as well as you can be. Fuck Mike from PA.
Pretty much. Just perfect.
Punctuation. It's just a period now. Yeah, dude he's and how he treated Bo, Bo of the Fifth Column. Like, look, we went through the court documents. We did the whole fucking drama bullshit with that. We looked at it. The dude served his time. He's turned into a new leaf. Like, what the fuck did Mike want from Bo? Did he want him to like fondle his balls some more or something? Like, go fuck off. Yeah, screw that guy.
Submission. He demanded submission.
Oh yeah, good luck with that, Karina.
Sorry, just give me a moment. I've kind of made an internal deal with myself that to keep this conversation going with them.
Yeah, you do you.
I am giving you every one of his shouts that are at you.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Bay Ray is not white. That is their comment. So I believe you made a I'm just trying to play some benefit here. Maybe that was an assumption on your part.
They sure as fuck look white.
My brain can't focus on this.
First video, come on. But I have to say it's high time to put.
Can I see? I'll see. Oh, here we go.
Put theory into practice and praxis into aesthetically pleasing mediums without compromising.
That grifter is a spy.
Long story short.
Western spy confirmed.
You know what? I could believe underneath there we are assuming, like, I don't know. For all I know, he says he's not white for the political points.
Oh, and Cupcake's correct. Looking white is all you need to have to benefit from white privilege. It's true. They have Latino in their Twitter bio. Interesting. Interesting. Oh. That doesn't mean they're not white. Is anybody familiar with this weird demographic bullshit that's happened in the last, I don't know, 20, 30 years?
I am.
Yeah. Just because he's calling himself Latino does not mean he's not white. Welcome to this shit. Yeah. So Latino does not mean non-white. Automatically, at least.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yes! Hold on.
Yeah, Raphael. Yeah. It's a whole fucking level of shit fuckery. But it's, yeah. What if you're so white you cross the threshold into cave monster tier translucence? Camacho, I'm half Italian. I'm a person of color. As an olive-skinned Caucasian, olive-skinned Sicilian man, I acknowledge that I'm Caucasian, says Zealot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chew toy. Chew toy. Jesus Christ. Solid work, Chew toy. Solid work. Oh, Caboose. There you go. Congratulations. I mean, hey, holy moly. Do you understand that Caboose doesn't call himself socialist? Like, when you use these shitty copy pastas, you kind of need to customize them a little bit, tailor them a little bit.
Know who you're talking to?
Yeah.
I'm a smidgen.
God damn.
I'm a fucking libsock, baby.
For Toos, nice. The Finns were legitimately defending their nation state against USSR aggression. Yes, and Simo took out fucking hundreds of their punk bitch asses. Yeah, one Finn is basically equal to like 530 Russian soldiers. All right, that's how that equation works out. You take one Finnish soldier, that's basically 530 odd Russian soldiers. Yeah, this is a hell of a conversion rate. No, Chutoy, it isn't. But occasionally, you got to stretch. And when the particularly toxic ones come in, that's when you let it loose. We're actually a very open and welcoming community, and I do a huge amount of education for people that aren't anarchists or aren't within the leftist spaces. But when somebody comes in and they're prone to sending death threats to people behind the scenes when they call people all sorts of ad hominem names out of the gate, when they talk about being suffocating for their very second message ever on the channel, and then they keep coming back and stirring shit. Eventually, after the third or fourth time that they come back and they start hurling insults at people, you take 30 or 40 minutes out of your day and you fucking school them. It's that simple. You don't bother me the same way that I bother you, right? Like, I find you a sad, pathetic joke. And so it's, occasionally you just got to take time out of your day and do that. All
right, so chat, everyone now gets to hear the story of Karina trying to find smidgen of human behind this caps lock stuck spamming fucktard. And let me tell you, I found none. This shit was ridiculous. All I was trying to do was ask him random questions until he picked up and answered one like a human. And it landed the only one he answered, which, shocker, chuds on the internet only go around answering this one. Star Wars or Star Trek? Surprisingly, the fucker actually says Star Trek, which I think authoritarians more often than not worship Star Trek. So, but I ask him this. I'm like, okay, my favorite shows are DS9 and Voyager. What are yours? And he's like, same. I'm like, okay, that's at least somewhere to go. And I ask him who his favorite character is, and he's trying to convince me that Picard had the best character arc in DS9.
Okay. I mean, Picard was, he appeared in a couple episodes of DS9, but...
3.
Yeah.
Just 3.
I mean, that's not his series. All right, cool. Chutoy?
Yes. I ended up with, nah, fuck, man. I don't even believe you've watched Star Trek, let alone read Das Kapital. You'll make me laugh. So I'm done. That was my penance for the night.
Chutoy, that was a great fucking, it's brilliant. Honestly, I love it. It's actually shocking how stupid some of the Soviet and Nazi war efforts were during World War II. Like, some colossally dumb choices. I think we don't ridicule just how much of a knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing level of troglodyte incompetence was involved in that particular face-off. Golf clap. Good work. You're starting to understand what it's about. Yeah, exactly. 3-episode arc. Ramsey's finally getting some attention. They took the bait. You mean invading Russia in winter? And the fact that the Russians were willing to fucking Molotov-Ribbentrop. Like, that just triggers fucking tankies. Finns pretty much kicked Soviets' asses. Of course they did. The only thing that the Russians had going for them was they could throw millions of Ukrainian lives at something. Right? Like, it's the World War II statistics are hilarious. Well, the Soviets had 20 million soldiers killed during the war. Yeah, and 18 million of them were Ukrainians. Right? Like, shut the fuck up. You just threw Ukrainians at the problem until you ran out of Ukrainians, and you're like, fine, we'll use some of the other ones that we took over around the way. It's like, come on. Then the Nobel laureate tier geniuses in the Nazi command decided to move them into a new theater of war, so they pick Italy. You know, that mountainous, rocky, difficult to navigate country. They put a fucking enormous, nigh immobile tank into service in Italy. The White Death was the greatest sniper of all time. Yep, Simo is good. Yeah, we've talked about Simo at length, and to the extent that when we play Zombie Army or sniper games in general, if there's a counter sniper, we call them Simo. That's it. There's a Simo on the roof.
Simo on the roof.
Yep, it's our go-to. Yeah, mad respect for
You guys
Simo.
handle the sniping. I've got the big boom.
Yeah, Simo was good people. Yeah.
We specifically gave the name because the snipers in-game, unlike all the weapons you have, are scopeless.
Hang on. Isn't?
Yeah, that's why we brought up the name.
No. I'm looking at. Okay, no. Yeah, I'm thinking of someone else. Upham is New Zealand's. Yeah. You might get Sea of Thieves when new update comes out. The Davy Jones shit looks amazing. Caboose and I have the exact same feelings on this.
Do we need to discuss this? What's up? Besides it obviously being Disney.
That's our misgivings. Caboose and I have the exact same misgivings. Right? Content's content, but Disney.
I mean, I like the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Jack Sparrow's neat. Davy Jones was cool, but Disney.
I'm going to be a little bit more of a whore here and say, because it's Davy Jones centered, it passes for me because it's the part of Pirates of the Caribbean that was just my favorite. I hate Disney. I'm so excited.
Personally looking forward to, and it actually drops. I've already got it pre-installed. The Ascent is available next month. It's July 28th. On the Xbox Game Pass, so like those of us that are doing this in community. It is a 4-person online multiplayer co-op action shooter RPG in a cyberpunk world. And so I'm definitely looking forward to getting some playtime in that. It looks good. It looks interesting. I like the story synopsis. So yeah, I've already got that one pre-installed. Casual, you got me at Cyberpunk. Yeah, that's my aesthetic. That's my world building. Yes, Davy Jones. I believe that, right? Davy Jones was the Jeffrey Rush character. Do we know? Let's see. No, he portrayed Hector Barbosa. Yeah. Oh, there. Yep. Zealot beat me to it. If I had been paying attention to chat, I would have seen that. Yeah. That was Barbosa. Oh, let's see. Oh, this I know. Chutoy. I know this guy's story. Yes. That's why I knew Upham's story. He's the guy that fucking sat in the middle of the barbed wire and lit a cigarette. Yep, lit a cigarette and fucking basically ignored the dude and fucking said, "Come get me." Yeah, Upham was a different kind of soldier for sure. Yeah, kind of amorous. Here, let me see if I can't.
So that's Poon, and he's your boss. You are watching The Ascent, and my name is Arcade, and I'm one of the co-founders and creative directors of Neon Giant. Neon Giant is a new small studio with 12 people based on a bunch.
Yeah, no offense, bro. I don't give a shit about that.
I'm here to basically blast it.
It looks like a really well created world, detailed levels, good textures. I mean, it feels like this is a gritty, grungy cyberpunk world.
2, 3, or 4 player co-op.
Would that be cyberpunk at that point? That looks more like sci-fi industrial.
The game. You're down in the main.
I guess
given the overall, this level is definitely leaning that way. But given the overall storyline, it's Cyberpunk.
Because that room, what I'm looking at right now, that's what my Fate game is going. That's what I want to describe to you guys. Stuff like this.
Being the chosen one, or you're setting out to save the world.
Damn, Holy just called me a Yankee, and when I corrected him, he called me Aussie Cancer and blocked me. So it said, it's just getting interesting.
Is Yankee supposed to be an insult?
Yes. And
but I'm a Yankee.
Yeah, they don't understand how American culture works. The first idiots to try and insult us with Yankee were the British, and we took one listen to the word and the song, and we're like, well, we know a good tune when we hear one, and we fucking stole it. We're like, yeah, goddamn right, we're a bunch of fucking Yankees. Congratulations. Right, it doesn't work. Insulting Americans is like insulting white people. Right? It's difficult to do. The pejoratives that have been chosen really don't land the same way. And so when you call a white, if you want to be hateful towards a white person, you're like, you fucking cracker. It just doesn't land.
It doesn't have the same sting.
Yeah. And, and fucking calling an American a Yankee, it's just like, okay. We
call ourselves Yankees.
We have sports teams called the Yankees and shit. You think this bothers us?
Have you heard the fucking Yankee Dixie song?
The USSR doesn't invade. You're a dipshit. If you think the USSR has never not invaded other countries on a rampant degree to constantly grow.
Wait, did
the
this
Gulf War?
America should be new?
Wait, did this idiot just say in your DMs, in your whispers, that the USSR never invaded any place?
Yeah, he was trying to tell me that Sima was a Nazi. I'm like, dude, Finland didn't even join Germany yet. He was defending against the Soviet Union invasion.
This is what I mean. Tankies do not understand history. They don't understand theory. They all claim to have read everything. I read more than you and shit like that. They always say that sort of thing. They've never read any of it.
You know what? Here's my biggest, not a hot take of the night. Tankies just played Call of Duty, really liked the red colors of the bad guys, and wanted to agree with them.
Fair enough. Zealot, Afghanistan got invaded by the Soviets. It was a big thing.
We kind of had to give them weapons to fight the fucking Soviets.
Right?
I'm really not a Nazi supporter, holy moly. In fact, I'm one of those people you would say who gladly would punch a Nazi, I think the exact wording was.
Nazi punks, fuck off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just, fucking Soviet Russia never invaded anybody. Holy shit. It's Ukraine.
DP Arcade.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, how about we actually address this real upfront? The USSR was formed under invasions, you dipshit.
Oh, here you go. Check your screen, Karina. And so this is sort of an industrial area, right? They were in the manufacturing zone.
Okay, so it was only part of the central city.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what a manufacturing area in a city might look like, right?
So this is more like further neon sci-fi cyberpunk. So
this is what happens when you keep going.
Yeah, this is past Earth's need. Okay, so this is exactly what I'm going for. I love this.
Yeah, this is the Ascent. I've had it on my watch list for a while, and it's coming to Game Pass and on the 28th of next month. I've already got it installed. It's just for the system to give me the okay to play it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Zealot. I mean, Poland. Tankies don't know shit about shit when it comes to history or theory or philosophy or political science or geopolitics or really realism or pragmatism or what it feels like to lay on grass or interact with rational, sane human beings, or, you know, really basically anything.
Okay, so apparently, The Ascent, it's just not even going to be on Steam.
Nice. All right. Well, then there's no other option then.
Yeah. It's because it's a Microsoft game.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, it's coming. It's coming straight to Game Pass. So.
Yep. It's specifically made for the Xbox Series XS and ported for the Xbox One and ready for PC.
Oh, Cupcake's saying they're looking at it on Steam right now, though.
What?
Yep.
Did I misspell it?
Maybe. The Ascent. All right, hang on. Yeah. View page. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ, really? Yeah, I was born in 1933. Whatever.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I'm just a dipshit. I misspelled it. But it is specific. It did see... Is it not a Microsoft game? Let me see.
No, the publisher is Curve Digital. The developer is Neon Giant.
Oh, wow. Curve Digital is like an indie studio that makes like a bunch of physics-based games. And Neon Giant has only done this.
Well, Botchla, if you want to, if there's new people in here right now, hit exclamation Discord. We do Bad Movie Fridays. If you're a fan of like just terrible movies that are so bad they're good, we do Bad Movie Fridays. There's the Anarcho Meatheads have their meetup on Saturday. They watch Punchy Boy and Punchy Girl stuff. We have multiplayer games that we play. We coordinate through Discord and those sorts of things. So if you want to, the link is right above you in chat for Botchla. Right above you. Karina got to it for you. So if you want to join in on our Ascent play one of these days, you know, it'll be out in a fucking month and a half-ish sort of thing. And you're more than welcome. So yeah, that's the one I'm looking forward to. I love Cyberpunk. It's my favorite aesthetic.
I think it's probably far more realistic than people want to admit, because it's the ideas once humans get to a point that we can't regulate, it's either going to become authoritarian or it's going to be everybody pushing against authority. Like, I think it's our only options at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And yes, Zealot for sure. Futuristic dystopian settings are always a blast. Oh, Kaiser, this is 1-to-1 something. It's going to be Eightfold, which is a Nevada manufacturer, as far as I know. And it's a 1-to-1. I smoke a lot of 1-to-1s. So it's going to be like 47% THC to like 43% CBD, that sort of thing. So it is sort of a composite distillate. Yeah.
Also, by the way, you got some messages. Not the top one, but the bottom three, I think, are yours.
Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, hey, that's hilarious.
Yeah, they're still around.
Holy moly. I'm not the one who sat on a fucking, on a panel, literally yelling cope for 45 minutes straight like a fucking psychopath. All right. At least if I were to interact with Haz, I would come across as sane, which at the end of the day, win or lose, the person who walks away from the so-called debate and still appears to be sane to the audience probably really is the winner. There's not many people who watch Haz debate, quote unquote, debate something that walk away going, oh, he seems normal and well-adjusted. That dude's got issues. He's got issues. And that's okay. But he needs to address them. But he doesn't believe in Western medicine or psychiatry or psychology. So he's not going to address them. Good luck. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. Like, I just...
I wonder who...
Oh, for Toos, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And then I'm sure, like, all of Haz's community just started yelling Gusano at Destiny over and over because that's their go-to. They love calling people who aren't even Cuban, by the way. Gusano is an ethnic slur for Cubanos. But tankies have taken to calling, like I said, Siparsky has called somebody a Ukrainian Gusano before. It means like roach or something like that. It's one of those dehumanizing pejoratives that they're such a fan of, but its origin takes place for Cubanos. So yeah. Worm. Thank you, Juan. Thank you. Worm. Maggot or worm. So yeah, it's one of those dehumanizing terms. Yeah. Oh, Cupcake just reeling out that fucking bait, just trolling a little bit. So just seeing if you can catch something, huh, Cupcake? Roses are red, violets are blue. Siparsky is bad at slander. You're bad at slander, Siparsky. Sell it. Solid work. And Botchla, welcome to the server. And I would love to know who Haster is on Twitch. Just that'd be great. Hey, nice. Kaiser. Oh, fuck. I got some hate DMs. This is like the first time I've gotten them. I'd like to first thank Kai for making this possible. Raphael. I don't know who Haz is, but if he has to send minions to do his bidding, he must be a little bitch. Okay, Coffee Man Can. Well, all right, cool. If you want to change your nickname, I'm not telling you have to. It helps for a lot of us. We'll see the name Haster and be like, who the fuck is Haster? It's one of those things. I'd like to say that these are the first I've gotten, but I've been on Twitch since before it was Twitch. Hey, Justin TV. You don't last this long without getting threatened just by osmosis. Fair enough, Chutoy. Oh, adorable. Oh, interesting. All right. I like the name. Australian. I like the Aussies. Ooh, a baby. A fucking baby. All right, cool. Duly noted. Thank you, Karina.
Yeah, Casual, why can't you realize that he's obliterating you?
You're welcome, Botchla.
Obliterate my cancel. I don't even know him.
Yeah, so let's see. All right. What yeah, I really am interested in what the multiplayer looks like for the Ascent. I wonder if there's a multiplayer video.
Is it co-op?
Yeah, it's 4-person co-op.
Oh my god, we're gonna have so much fun.
Yeah, this is why I'm looking forward to it. It's a dystopian cyberpunk fucking action RPG shooter that's also 4-player online co-op.
Is our free 3 months running low though?
I don't know. I legitimately don't know, but
like I'm willing to pay for another month, especially if the Ascent is what we're going to be playing. But just like you know.
Oh, looks like there's a co-op multiplayer trailer, but it's fucking age-gated. Hang on. Let me just see what it looks like. Is it? Yeah. Show me gameplay, bitches. Come on. It looks like you're on the same screen. It looks like... Okay, so it looks like it's probably a rubber-banded pull-out camera sort of system for the multiplayer. So, cool. Let's see. Tim, that's fair. What's up, you Dutch prick?
Hello. Jesus, that caught me off guard.
I saw you go into voice chat. I was pretty quick on the draw on that one.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it, and the stream is still a bit behind, so on my end at least.
Maniac, tell Holy Moly to unblock me on DMs. I miss them too. Amorous, it seems something similar to Diablo multiplayer. It does. It's got that locked in isometric view, and it looks like the camera sort of like pulls away to allow for player distances up to a certain point. Multiplayers on the same screen, that sort of thing. Chutoy, which Diablo? It's never Diablo 1, even though it's the best game at its core. Tim, some of these morons send private messages to me just to let you know I'm not going to read them, so you're wasting your time. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what that... Okay, cool. Yeah, Joe, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see how it plays out, but... I'm down for a good, solid action shooter RPG set into a cyberpunk world with multiplayer options. Are you shitting me? Yeah, we need that. After the absolute shitpocalypse that was cyberpunk, yeah. I need.
They have to somewhat fix that.
No, they haven't. Just unequivocal no. Just no. Oh, like bug patches, sure, they've done. When are you going to give me the game you promised me?
Yeah. I thought as much.
Yeah, no, they can fuck off with that shit. I've got my 36 hours in the game. I never finished the main campaign, and I'm not finishing it until they release multiple content upgrades. Right? Like, bug fixes aren't enough to get me back on board with that game. Half that fucking city is just dead. I had a bug in my game that allowed for infinite double jumps. So you can unlock double jumps at some point in the game. And you just sit there and hit space over and over again, and you just kept double jumping all the way to fucking infinity. Once you get above the get above the eye line that the player has sort of is accessible. Once you get like above that, and you can sort of get a different angle on the city, you see exactly how dead their world is. It's astounding how static that world is. And if you run around the city, there's doors everywhere. They're all locked. All the fucking doors are locked. It's like nothing is accessible. None of the vendors are accessible. I can't sit down at any of the fucking stools at like a noodle cart or something like that. The immersion is useless. That game was shit. Honestly. For all of what it could have been. Maybe delay 2 more years. Don't spend half the budget on getting Keanu Reeves. And maybe stop making your coders and your staff do crunch for a year straight. Like, just fuck off. CD Projekt Red burned all of their goodwill in the community with that one release. It was impressive. It's impressive. They went from CDPR, one of the best, to fuck you, you're just like EA or Ubisoft.
They were like the golden child, right? They were... Honestly, everybody fucking loved them, and I was like skeptical from the start. I was like, I'll just wait and see, God.
Yeah, it's bad. Because I had it pre-ordered way the fuck out because I'm a sucker for anything cyberpunk, right? I love the fucking Cyberpunk 2020. I love what fucking Michael did with the tabletop systems. I love the aesthetic. I love the entire like world building element. I was down, and they just, are you shitting me? What they released, it's not even a complete game. Like, finish
they really
the fucking
shit
game.
bad with that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they really did. Yeah, Viva, too much hype. Agreed, too much hype, but also too much capitalism. They were answering to shareholders. They were answering to the C-level staff. They were trying to get ahead of the holiday release window. Their marketing department had completely made too many promises that the programming department could not deliver on. It was a shit show from the word go. Yeah.
The most hilarious thing to me was when they tried to market themselves as like the good ones, basically, where they were actively marketing on we didn't do crunch, we didn't like fucking exploit our workers like that, and then few weeks later, I think, articles and shit start coming out. Fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah, and public. Yeah, I'm in the same camp. Yeah, like I said about the doors. I don't know if you were here for that. You run around the city, half the doors are fucking like not even half. The doors are all locked. There's doors everywhere that should have been openable. They're all fucking locked. You get above the eye line. You get up on the buildings, glitch up on top of some of the buildings, and look down into the city. It's all fucking dead. You can't even sit down on a fucking noodle cart, right? Like, let me sit down and interact with the vendor. Right? Isn't this supposed to be a living, breathing world? Hey, why are all of those pedestrians have 3 models between all of them? Right?
Why are the children just scaled down adults?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a weird one too. Yeah.
Why are the only buildings I can walk into specifically for firefights?
Yeah.
Why in my transhumanist centered world where surgeries are supposed to be an everyday thing?
Can't change my haircut. Can't change my fucking haircut. Can't change your hair color.
Can't change my makeup.
What is wrong? What is wrong? Oh, by the way, my favorite part of the RPG experience that was supposed to be Cyberpunk was the fact that it really didn't matter which class you chose. You were going to get the exact same story. Yeah.
Class. You get a couple of dialogue options and an intro mission that lasts 8 minutes.
Yeah. Come on.
Mostly a cutscene. Oh, and your starting vehicle. Pardon me. That's also different.
What's the point in even having a class at that point?
Well, it's not really a class, it's your background, but it didn't make a difference, really.
Yeah, if it doesn't make a difference, but they still had to somehow code that shit in, that really seems like it didn't do any good for the players or for the people fucking making the game who could have used that time elsewhere.
You know what sucks too? Because when you're at the screen asking about background, it's telling you what those backgrounds are kind of going to be. So it's like, oh, you want to be an Outlander. It's like, okay, you don't live in the city walls. You have a bunch of scavenging missions to do. It's like, cool. You could be an ex-corpo. After having all of your funds and such stolen from you in a corruption sweep, you now have all the information you need to undermine corporations. It's like, oh, perfect. And I think what was the other one?
Oh, it was the Street Kid one.
Right, Street Kid. You're poor. I'm not even joking. That was literally it. It's like, you're poor and you're probably going to be a street samurai.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
But guess what? All 3 of them end up being. You sometimes do scavenging missions as you're a street samurai who's bent on taking down corporations.
Hello everyone, fuck Mike from PA.
What's up, you French?
What are you wearing?
What's up, you French bastard?
Not much. I'm done playing with Oli Moly, who has blocked me, so I win this game, I guess.
Yes. Well, I mean, based on the rules that has Infrared has established for the tankies on left Twitch. He who lasts the longest is the winner of the debate. So,
nice.
Yeah, you are the victor.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, nothing.
I'd like to interject to ask, on a broader sense, what makes a game character. Like, we all know the basics. You need like mesh models. You need to like textures the fuck out of it, and you need to put them on a skeleton and rig the thing. It's time consuming. It's technically very involved, but things go beyond that.
Are you forgetting about programming the skeleton? That's the worst part.
Well, it's part of the rigging process, more or less.
I can slap a skeleton and give it controls, and I can have a happy day. Rigging a face to move properly and arms to bend in a way that makes it look like flesh is collapsing rather than warping. Now that is a hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, that's
apparently Holy Moly has gone to watch Dr. Heem Doubt. Good luck, Heem. Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes, our discussion of video game franchises and the capitalistic ramifications thereof contained within their studio production cycle bored the tanky, and so they're going to grace Heem with their toxic presence instead. I can only hope that Siparsky also has decided to leave or has been banned. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. But yes, this thus concludes our tanky portion of the program. Anyway, back to what you were saying, Fertus.
Everybody wins.
So, well, I'm going to address rapidly the programming side of it because it can be factorized. Basically, your code that you're going to write is going to be applied to all the characters in the game. It's not that much a big deal. No. Beyond that, you need animation. And a lot of time you're going to see in like open world games, characters moving the same way with the same gaits, the same poses, and idols, and so on and so forth. What makes people different is not only the fact that they're going to have like different clothes and faces and such, they're going to walk differently, they're going to hold themselves differently, and so oftentimes you're gonna find that awfully lacking in a lot of those games, and that's what gives character to people. In addition, like something that just occurred to me is you're gonna see folks have the same build, like you're gonna have the same, oftenly like stereotypical, healthy, often muscular build for guys. Curvaceous build for women. If you put all this in perspective, building like those assets for open world is excruciatingly resource consuming in general, and that's before you get into voice acting, rating the dialogues, and so on and so forth. So, what I'm getting at here is, I would like both people to be like a little more, demanding of the games they play in that respect, but also acknowledge for smaller scale game that it's very like when you are Ubisoft or Rockstar or like the heavy hitters, like you're gonna be able to pull out those open world games with lots and lots of characters. It's sure, but smaller studios are gonna have a lot more difficulty to pull that kind of diversity in their games, basically.
But for Toos, they had already pulled off The Witcher 2 and 3, which were on the scale of what we're talking already.
I would like to add historical context. Both those launches were shit shows too. Nobody seems to remember how bad Witcher 3 was on launch.
How long was the patchwork before it was the game that everyone loves now?
It was the patchwork it was all of the bug and patchwork plus the DLCs.
Plus the DLCs was the particular?
Yeah, because it added a whole host of the stuff that people talk about. Like a lot of the favorite quests are DLC. There's some stuff that people talk about in the core game for sure, but that game was a shit show on launch too.
Okay, but the vampire that you wake up and he asks how many years it's been, and then when you tell him it's not enough, he tells you to fuck off. Is that in the base game or is that a DLC?
No, that's DLC.
Fuck, you're right.
No,
everyone's stories I've heard is pretty much from the DLC then.
Yeah.
In addition, I didn't play those games, but I seem to remember in Witcher 2 at least, there are important characters that are just copy-pasted as lesser NPC with just a color swap. Again, time and resource constraints.
We don't have an issue really with that. In fact, I don't think people would have issues if they saw Jackie's a Cyberpunk character walking around in the street if he just had like some slight tweaks to his model.
And I mean, okay, so we're just handling this because I switched just over to just chatting.
Are we done?
No, I just switched us over to just chatting because we're not politics right now.
Definitely not.
But Dude Baka, which I don't think I've seen that name before, walked in and asked, "Have you ever tried LSD or shrooms?" Yes. Overused.
Not medical advice.
Yes, definitely new. Overused Chew Toy said most people don't remember buying a box game in the 90s, not knowing if your PC would even run. I'm gonna artistic license here, not knowing if your PC would even run the damn thing, or if it's even half good or buggy or not, and having little recourse if it was garbage. I remember those days, Chew Toy. And Raphael,
I am just old enough to have a memory like that.
100% agree, Raphael. Like 1,000% agree. Same goes for Fallout New Vegas. It was a fucking massive dumpster fire when it launched. It was. And now it is the best Fallout. Yes, some may argue over that. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Fallout New Vegas is the best Fallout.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it is some of the most ingenious game design work out there.
And they did it on a shoestring budget with Bethesda breathing down their necks, and they weren't even given all of the toolkit that they should have had to develop the Fallout game. Yeah.
In 1 year.
Yeah, that game is a goddamn miracle. Yeah, it took the internet modding community to basically make it playable. But the bones that Obsidian provided were sheer gold.
And genuinely, I'm just sitting and waiting for Fallout 4 New Vegas, that mod to come out, because then I'm going to be the happiest person ever. That's all I need. That's all I'll ever want. Just that. Give me Fallout 4's crafting and shooting. Everything else in New Vegas.
Yeah.
The settlement needs your help.
Yeah. Yes. If you forget Fallout 1 and 2, then New Vegas is the best Fallout. I agree. Amorous, if we were to judge by plot and story and character development and all of that, like world building, 1 and 2 laid groundwork that just paid dividends. There's no getting around that. It was some brilliant storytelling. Those games did not age well. Go back and play Fallout 1 and 2 today. Because I tried to do a Fallout 2 run a couple of years ago now. That game's fucking unplayable. It's miserable. It's fucking miserable. All of the quality of life stuff that we take advantage of as modern gamers that we just sort of expect. Yeah, none of that existed then. It wasn't a thing. Whatever you're thinking that you're like, oh yeah, it's my fit. No, it didn't. It wasn't a thing yet. Those games are rough to play.
Back in my day, you couldn't click a mouse. You had to use the arrow keys to move your cursor up and down.
It's over the course of a game. A lot of that stuff gets grating. It really does.
Honestly, my advice is if you have a game that you have some nostalgia for, that you really love,
don't play it.
But that you haven't played in like years. Don't play it. Just don't. Like, treasure the memories.
Very few of them
Doesn't
hold
get
up.
better.
Yeah, very few of them hold up. It's modern gaming for all of the Ubisoft and EA bullshit we put up with. It's good. It's good. It's a lot of great conveniences.
A lot of people don't like me for this. Oblivion doesn't hold up.
It didn't hold up when it launched.
I played Outer Worlds and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the fuck out of that.
I said Oblivion.
Oh, sorry, Oblivion. I'm sorry, I thought you said
Oblivion.
Obsidian. Oh, I don't do the Elder Scrolls series. I've never played
I've
it.
noticed you don't do fantasy.
Yeah, I don't do fantasy, so that wouldn't be like my thing. I've thought about like trying some, but
Yeah, so here's the thing. I agree, Oblivion's got better writing than Skyrim, but Skyrim's gameplay and freedom-like mechanics are leaps and bounds better than what Oblivion was doing. Oblivion had some shit that, while was really funny, didn't add to my experience in any way, shape, or form by getting me killed more. Like, if you run and jump, like, idly playing the game, you're like, oh yeah, I like to sprint and jump while I'm sprinting. It makes me think I'm going faster. I know I'm not, but it makes me think I am. Well, you're actually increasing your jump stat. And eventually, that will get so ridiculously high, just jumping will kill you.
Public, even I say it. That's how influential Skyrim was, though. You will catch me in game. I've never played fucking Skyrim. You will catch me in game. I literally do it. I'll do the Skyrim, bitch, Skyrim. Why are you not going up the hill? Why are you not allowing me to glitch jump up your rock or whatever the fuck I'm dealing with? You'll catch me doing it. Yeah. That game is super influential. There's no getting around that. Like the impact it had on gamer culture, it exists. So yeah.
Also, if anyone doesn't know, Bethesda basically speed ran getting the modders kit out for Skyrim. Most of the games, they actually try and stop that shit and slow it down. But Skyrim was one of the games that maybe they weren't, Tom Holland wasn't confident about or whatever, but it was like in less than 1 month, mods were out, and the workshop was ready. They had the mod tools.
Timph,
That's the best choice they've ever made.
Timph, you're a goddamn masochist, and I respect you for it. Catch you later. Tim said Biden and Putin just went live. See you guys. Good stream. Oof.
Now we need to know.
Highlights. That's
the game
highlights.
Control is currently free on the Epic Game Store.
Oh yeah.
For another few hours. If you haven't grabbed it.
Control is. Yeah.
Which version, standard or full?
Standard.
I already have it.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but that is worth mentioning. That is.
Fuck's sake, I just opened OBS instead. What the fuck?
You must stream.
No. I'm not getting into that.
So
why not? Your voice is beautiful.
We need more Netherlands news.
Public, yeah. That's when I thought I heard Obsidian, Oblivion was the one mentioned, but yeah, I enjoyed Outer Worlds. I haven't played the DLCs though.
I got to get around to playing it. I was disappointed it wasn't a RPG in the sense that I was hoping. Like, I was hoping they were going to just be like, fuck you, Bethesda. We're going to show you how it's done.
A little crunchier, a little more. Yeah, it was more narrative.
Yeah, it's actually kind of more comparable to like Cyberpunk in that way. And it's like, yeah, you do have this open world, but in reality, it's really mostly about this story, and it's going to pigeonhole you in it.
But
it was intended to do that.
Yeah, I was along for the ride. I was okay with it. It was just the right amount of. There's certain games that I'm totally comfortable with you railroading me, right? If it serves the purpose of the game type to keep me on rails, all right, cool. Just make sure the ride is worth it.
See, my hope is since the first one is so successful, it will become an IP, and I will see the game that I want to see one day. Because we know it's already their bread and butter, something they can do.
Let's see. Chew Toy. The other games that have or will age well. The Last of Us, the first, not the second. Haven't played either.
First is really good.
Faster Than Light. Not a roguelike or a roguelite kind of guy, but one of the streamers that I watch, Many a True Nerd, he does FTL runs, and they're kind of hilarious for the levels of fucked up situations he can set up. Minecraft,
I have fucking brilliant.
I haven't played Minecraft in a lot of years. Like the last time I played Minecraft was pre-survival. So basically after everything that like survival mode forward, like that didn't exist when I played Minecraft last.
Bitch, I'm just waiting for the second half of the caves and waiting for the caves update so I can get my game on. I just refuse to start a new world just to update it in the winter because the update was cut in half. That shit's bullshit.
And Factorio, that is not my idea of a good time. That is the opposite of a good time for me.
For the point-and-click enthusiast, I remember this. Well, not only do I remember, but I've played recently Zork Grand Inquisitor, which is a barrel of fun and a half, and holds surprisingly well. And my favorite RTS is, have you ever played Z or Z, or whatever, the letter?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Pixel art RTS that is still like gorgeous. Well, hell, there's a lot of SNES games that hold surprisingly well.
Yeah, no. Okay, I'm just looking at it now. Interesting.
I honestly think like most well-crafted pixel art and stylized art styles, they will probably hold up quite well. You know, like some people in chat are saying like cartoony type stuff. I always think that helps.
The non-photographic realism categories always age better. If you're modeling people and shit like that, like you go back to those late 90s, early 2000s fighting games and stuff like that, or mid 90s fighting games, Virtua Fighter like 1 and shit like that, dude, that's rough looking. But anything that has an artistic style to it that is, you know, more non-world modeling tends to age really well.
Yeah, and something else I also see in some of the games that I play that I'm like, hey, this is aged surprisingly well. It's just give me the option to basically customize everything about the controls and stuff like that. Because at least up until this point, certain standards for like control have just changed over time.
They have, yeah.
And, you know, if you prepare your game for that and let people just change that, it will hold up way longer in my experience.
Yeah. Some of those early control schemes were rough.
Yeah.
They were rough and they were locked in. They were hard-coded.
I'm a huge fan of the Lost Planet series. Okay, 3 sucked. 1, I've only finished and played once. It had a great story. I wanted to kill myself after playing that game for its fucking control scheme. It has tank controls and rail shooter controls at the same time.
I'm just looking at it now. That doesn't look like a game that I would want that control schemes going run on. That seems disadvantageous.
Yeah, no, it was so frustrating to aim. It's like, why is this a rail shooter?
let's see, premarital. Last time I played Minecraft for more than 2 hours a month was back in 2011. Game was still in beta. Plugins were still primitive. Survival servers were still about surviving. I became the god empress of the server I frequented for a couple of months by breaking the item barter economy. Yeah, it sounds about you. It's pretty much what I would expect. Only old school fighter I can go back to is Soul Calibur 2. I saw you mention Killer Instinct Zealot. My life will be complete when I have a arcade, like actual arcade Killer Instinct 2 original ROM. I still think that's one of the best fighting games that has ever been put down.
I think it's manageable.
The mechanics of how you build a combo of in that game is a brilliant idea that I don't think enough games explore to this day. That if you have a algorithm, if you have a formula to how you can form combos in a game so that you can build your own combo a few different ways, is really fucking brilliant in a fighting game. And there's not enough, there's not many games that do that. They've got...
Hey, Rashid, we have questions for you.
Are you fucking you an Orchid player? 2 is gold. Not Killer Instinct Gold, which is the one that came to the home consoles. That game is shit. Killer Instinct 2 on the arcade. Yeah, I had Soul Calibur 2 on the green. Oh, and Orchid player. I mean, she was a good player. A good character. Who's the wolf? Who's the werewolf? Name's escaping me. He was always a fun time too. Oh, and the ninja. Saber Wolf, thank you. Kai is sufficiently stoned now. Saber Wolf and the Jago. Thank you. Yeah. Those were kind of my rotation. To a certain extent. Dude, I played that in the arcades. Back when, like, arcades weren't some niche bar thing you go to with your college bros and shit. When arcades were the place that you hung out because you were a mall rat, because you were growing up in suburban America in the 90s, and you were young and you didn't have access to a car or any of that sort of stuff. Like, those, you see that shit in movies. That's nostalgia now. That you see that in movies and that sort of thing. Hanging out at the fucking arcade right around the corner from the movie theater. And knowing all of these like teenage fucking ne'er-do-well motherfuckers by name that work the place, right? It was those kind of shenanigans that's what that Killer Instinct 2 memory is attached to. Mortal Kombat. Fucking Mortal Kombat 3. Ultimate Edition. Fucking putting your quarter up and waiting your turn. And having to put a quarter up every time you wanted to play a game. That was some incentive to get good. That really was. That shit worked.
I fucking love Bloody Roar. Fucking my favorite fighting game to this day.
Interesting. Let's see. Yep, Botula fucking gets it. Yeah, exactly. You stayed on the sticks. All right, it costs you money to reset. Oof. I lived in arcades for years until I became the desk. You've talked about that before, Zealot, that you actually won a national competition at Dance Dance Revolution. Zealot is a legitimate, like, Australian Dance Dance Revolution champion.
It's always fucking tall and lanky dudes that are good at DDR for some reason, in my experience.
It's fucking amazing. Yeah, #1 on DDR Freaks for 2 years. He held the fucking title, like, for a while.
That's amazing.
And tall and lanky. Yep, Zealot straight up confirms it. Tall and lanky. Yeah, I can imagine. That'd be fucking... Are you shitting me? That's the sort of stuff that back then we'd probably make fun of you, like, relentlessly. But deep down, nobody wanted to admit it. Now we can admit it. Either you're grown and you grew the fuck up, or culture's evolved. Dude, that's fucking epic. You shitting me? Come on, that's amazing. Especially when you're younger. You held #1 position on DDR for 2 fucking years. That's kind of ridiculous. And it's great. I'm there for it. You got slammed hard for it. Of course you did. Dude, it was, it's a few years back. You were younger. I get it. Dead Arcade. Only arcade game I was good at was Tetris. Even though I was only slightly above average, I'd say most of the time I was just hype girl standing circle a couple of machines and watching the bigger nerds go for it. Yeah, the arcades were great. We had a dude that worked at... Go ahead.
I was never actually good at like any arcade game. Like I was fucking awful, but I knew all these stupid, like obscure little mechanics of the ones that we had around. So I would just kind of stand around and help the people that were actually good at doing the game. Like, oh, at this point you need to do this or this, or like if you do this you get such and such, and then they would be able to actually fucking crush, but I could never execute it.
Coordination.
Yeah, I'm terrible with it. I've had like therapy for this sort of stuff when I was younger. Still can't play a fighter or shooter for my life, but
I was gonna say there was a pool near the apartment I had during my student years that had Time Crisis, and I fucking loved it. Like the kind of game you don't have to be good to enjoy it. Like it just shoot at the screen, and it was the kind of arcade that had the pistol with a weight in them that would bounce when you shoot, so you'd have actual recoil. It was
nice.
It was super fucking fun.
and yeah, Time Crisis 2 was great. There's a whole... Are you shitting me? Some of those early arcade racers, they were great. They were all sorts of wacky. Yeah, I think that there needs to be a continual element of wacky in video game industry culture. Just keep that in there. Keeps you grounded. Just occasionally you gotta, even in your most realistic games, make sure something in there is just batshit crazy. Makes for a better
flip on
game.
the politics, Chad, just for a second. So we're going to address this. So the reason why wacky has completely died in the game industry is because the sweatshops is the only way to make games now. Even indie studios fall into it at such a sheer fast rate. Even if they don't hire people if they don't just hire a load of people to make enough updates for a game to keep up with the mass demand, they fall behind and are dropped and called people say shit like, devs dropped game, don't play this, just review. They get review bombed if they don't keep up with it at the massive rate that a AAA studio could. It is kind of hard to survive at times.
Well, that therefore is not a problem of the industry, it's a problem of the public. Like, people need to be aware. Like, that's the same way that when there's a boomer in front of you at the cash register complaining that there aren't enough, registries open, or that their burger is not served at the speed that they'd like. Well, it's not a problem of the people working on it. It's a problem of, your fucking attitude toward the workers that is a problem.
It's a feeling of entitlement in a certain way.
It is. And the worker, the people making the game need to be able to be given a breath by their community so that they can make the game in a little bit of peace. AAA studios have set this standard so high.
And needlessly, I might add. A
Very.
lot of the fucking games that these assholes crank out, I'm sorry. Oh, whoa, they cost $250 million to make this game. Yeah, don't do that. Just
Halo 5, the biggest waste of Microsoft's money.
don't do that. Like, nobody's asking for half the shit that you fuckers are cranking out. That's the truth of the matter. They're buying it because it's an addiction at this point. It's just habitual. We all are eventually going to fucking play. Look, I'm not saying I'm buying it, but we're all eventually going to play that Ubisoft game. Ubisoft makes a brand or a theme of the exact same game for something that attracts you. For me, it's inevitably Watch Dogs because I just like the fucking hacker aesthetic. The game is shit, and it's the same crap. It's the same crap they do in all the other stuff that they do. And so
I'm gonna be honest, the only game they've hooked me on is For Honor.
I just, but they don't have to do half the shit they do. Stop making our world is the largest world we've ever made. Yeah, don't do that. Your worlds are bullshit.
Well, it's a marketing ploy. Like it's a tagline at the reverse of the box, and like it's not a new problem. Like in the film industry, like in animation, like you cannot basically put out a cartoon out these days if you don't look like Disney. And back in the day, it was a very involved, very expensive. Sorry. That's one pass.
Oh, is that a Krankenwagen?
It's a nice little European touch there.
Yeah. So my point is, back in the day, you couldn't make a cartoon if you weren't Disney. Like they were the benchmark for quality and storytelling, and like very few, like I think. Anesthesia bombed. Like there are few studios that aren't Disney that have been able to make movies for the theater. So my point there is there's like an event horizon for those kind of industries where the public is going to rely on the provider, the studio, the brand that is going to reliably put out content that is consumable by most, and not judge on actual content, but on the surface level quality, the virtuosity of the work, basically.
Jesus Christ! Did they really make a battle royale out of the Final Fantasy VII remake stuff?
Please kill me.
Yeah,
anything can be a battle royale.
Kaiser said, right? Like they're doing good with the FF7 remake, but why did they decide to make a battle royale? Like, I mean, that sounds like something those assholes would do.
I mean, it's probably because it's an easy way to reuse the assets that they spend a lot of time on, because that game, the remake does look fucking good.
It's gorgeous. I watched a playthrough.
Is it so is it a battle royale like PUBG, or is it a battle royale like Tetris?
I don't know. Or he may be referring to an entirely different game. Fucking Square Enix cranked out or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, but they made fucking.
No, they're doing it. It's called The First Soldier. My God.
There you go. Never mind. It's Final Fantasy.
Oh, worse. It's Final Fantasy VII. God fucking damn it.
Specific FF7 Battle Royale. Okay, sure, that. Just that. That's a great idea. Go for it. Because the world needed another Battle Royale, and this one needed to be Final Fantasy VII themed.
But see, the thing is that while it's a niche, the Final Fantasy community buy every bit of good game merch that could exist. Like, Final Fantasy 7, 8, like some of the later ones, I don't even fucking lost track. I don't like the games personally. But yeah, if the community thought it was one of the good games, they buy every piece of merch they get their hands on.
And it looks like crap, my God.
Sephiroth stuffies at the mall go like fucking hotcakes every time.
I'm just trying
to blame them. He's hot.
I've never bought. I'm just trying to think. I've never bought video game merch. That's no. I don't get that. But I'm not a collector.
It's what?
You
It's,
don't have pack rat mentalities.
Yeah.
The Battle Royale is gonna have like a phone app as well.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is.
It's a mobile game.
So what level of microtransaction is that gonna have?
Everything for cosmetics, probably.
It's just gonna be, one giant gamble-a-thon.
Just a PUBG thing and fucking COD Warzone and such.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear my transcript.
All the microtransactions.
I hear off about this later. I'm
It's
sure of it.
undistinguishable from PUBG, say from the fact that there's Midgar on the distance, and you play as a member of Soldier. Remember the corporate militia for Shinra. Fucking
What?
hell.
Oh,
It was like weep shit.
Zealot, interesting. Battle royales are most certainly video games. They are most certainly video games. I guess we need. That's what we need. We need infinitely themed battle royales. Just like Ubisoft infinitely themes the exact same fucking bullshit open world that they do every single time with every single one of their games now, it seems like. Sure. It's definitely what the
Battle
world
Royales are they are so fucking popular and they bring in so much fucking money for most of these companies.
It's an easy cash cow. Yeah.
It's insane. But at the same time, you'd be absolutely stupid if you didn't do it if you were them. If you could just flip your own assets that you'd already made in such an easy way and just make bank, you'd be daft if you didn't actually go through with it.
Okay, we can make $50 million just by flipping these assets.
Yeah.
You do it.
Like that's what
but I mean this is
Todd
just
did everything.
I mean this is exactly like I can pull it up off the cheat sheet. It's fucking what is it? Capitalism drives down innovation. It's that study that Swede hooked me up with that literally is a massive study involving a huge swath of aspects of capitalism that no, it doesn't innovate. It's not what it's good at. And it drives down innovation across the board. And yeah, you see that. You can see it in the medical industry, but you could see it in the video game industry as well.
Yeah, fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's just the way that works at this point in time. Yeah, Microsoft paid $2 billion for Mojang. Just Minecraft. That's what it's fucking Mojang. It's Minecraft. Microsoft bought Minecraft for $2 billion. All right, it
seems high.
That's real
I don't
money.
have any idea how powerful
that's
that
real
IP
money.
is.
Yeah, like that's real money.
I'd say 2 billion is probably like a bargain almost with how much they can milk that stuff.
Yeah. Oh no, they've
right now.
They've got a cash cow.
The most played game.
Yeah, they've got a cash cow. That's it. That's the most played. That's the most popular. That's the most sales. Minecraft fucking pwned everybody.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And here's this thing, like myself and my friends, we have some sort of like nostalgia for it from like 2011. But my little brothers, who are like 9 and 11, they're still playing it, right? They're still getting into it now. They haven't even gone like into the nostalgia cycle and such for that game. This is still just
Minecraft is going to be Legos.
raw sales.
Dude, Microsoft is looking at it saying that's Legos.
Yeah.
That game is fucking Legos. Are you kidding me? We can target generations. We got Disney shit on our hands right now with this property, right? Parents will introduce their kids to this. This is something that will be around for generations to come. They knew what they were looking at. They're like, oh, what do you want? Name it. You know, fucking, we're ready to just cut a check. $2 billion. Sold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Yeah. Come on. Everybody, you know, looking back with hindsight, everybody looks at that and goes, oh, yeah, that makes sense. It seems high, but when you start to actually think about what Minecraft has come to represent, it's the most popular video game of all time. Plain and simple.
I don't even know. I don't think it seemed high. I mean, at the time, I was like, wow, that's the biggest number in this category that I've heard in a long time.
For a game.
It makes sense.
Like,
yeah.
it's a game. Like, there's studios that you'll hear, like, if we're buying an entire studio with, like, a back catalog and stuff, you know, oh, yeah, they're being bought for a few billion, that sort of thing. This is, Microsoft just bought some, like, janky-ass game. It's $2 billion. Because they knew what they were looking at. It was already popular as fuck. It was already starting to snowball. They were just like, yeah, we just want to slap a logo on that snowball. Watch it roll, and it's rolling. So, yeah, Notch has a great reputation. Notch is definitely great people to be around, and seems like he would be a joy to invite to your party.
Oh my god, I was muted. I'm an idiot. Yeah, Notch is gonna be. Oh goodness. I don't even want to think about that.
Oh yeah, Gerardimus. Yeah, fucking. I was really happy with that ZeniMax purchase.
Minecraft has like a mobile version, a different version for every console out there. Yeah. Each one of them all have microtransactions in them now. The only one that really doesn't is PC, and you can still get microtransactions if you go to the Minecraft website.
I mean, only the Java edition doesn't really have microtransactions, but even the PC, like, what is it again? The normal Windows 10 version, basically, will have microtransactions, whether you're on PC or not.
Reiner, this is what I'm hoping for. That's my exact thought process, was that with that purchase, Obsidian, now who has access to Microsoft resources, and Microsoft's been pretty good so far as a parent company to a lot of these video game studios. They've seemed to have grown into their role of like, look, don't get too hands-on. That fucks up the end product. And
yeah, I think Halo 5 was that last big thing, because they decided every cinematic needed to be mocapped and every actor needed to be AAA and shit like that.
Yeah, it's when they get too hands-on, things get a little rough. But I'm hoping that maybe now that Microsoft fucking owns Bethesda, maybe they can step in and make them a little less shit. And now Obsidian could come back and maybe make a proper Fallout game, because I don't care about Fallout 4. I'm sorry. I don't care about Fallout 3. I want Obsidian to make Fallout New Vegas 2 or something like that. Just do it. Like, give me another Obsidian Fallout. Yeah. That would be great.
What's the state east of Nevada?
Colorado or Utah. And even technically, Arizona, I think, overlaps a little bit.
I'd say do Utah. Just make it like a bumfuck mountain. Go at it.
Fallout New Cancun. Nice. Later, public.
Sorry.
Yeah, with that, actually, you know what? Fucking, I need to raid the fuck out and just slick on out. Let's see. It looks looks like your dude is on break right now. He's got the
he's got the just vibing the music thing.
Yeah, and I don't even hear music off of him.
I don't hear music.
All right. Let's see. Let me do a quick refresh here. I will, while I'm looking, do the obligatory, because there are some people who are probably new here who came in from just chatting. Normally I'm a politics streamer, and again, if you came new and you were new from politics, feel free to hit that, what is it, ! Discord, join the community. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go raid over. I don't know. I feel like breaking my rule and raiding M3 a little bit. He's playing Phantasy Star. Thank you for the follow, Gerardimus.
He's up. Like, who? Like, what else do you do at this point, right?
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna raid over to M3. All right, cool. Jesus Christ, Activision Blizzard paid $5.9 billion for Candy Crush. Fuck me, that's painful. Botchla, thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you had a good time. Yeah, everybody. Nice, Raphael. Have fun doing that. Yeah, it was an interesting stream. Glad y'all, the ones that hung out were there for all that crazy fuckery. Yeah, glad you hung out. Let's see. Let's go hit up M3. He's an Australian gamer, so like a game streamer. Like, take it easy on the politics. Catch y'all later.
Thanks for having us. I'm Stuck Mike from PA.